Do do do. Hello, everybody. Greetings. I don't know if we're live or not. It looks like we're live. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to see you today. My name is Dustin Cormier, and this is an episode of How to Rock Astrology. I'm very glad to be hanging out with you all. It is Saturday, November 29th, 2025. Time sure is flying. It's almost Christmas, and we are funneling through the universe at enormous speed. If I knew the data, I would express it. Trillions of light years through the universe on this rocket ship we call the sun. And it's nice to be hanging out with you folks and talking astrology. I'm just getting myself together. I see. So I usually have my live chat viewer here, and I'm just pulling it up together now. Wonderful. Looks like we got it all figured out. So it's nice to see you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another episode. Today we will be doing some live stream, and we'll be talking about your astrology chart. Hello, Go Pogo. Nice to see you. And it looks like we have a nice an incantation for Venus. Om Dram Dream Dram Sa Shukraya Namaha. And thank you to Go Pogo for keeping it Vedic. Hello there, Navu. And hello there, Tantalina. It's nice to see you all. I might not say every name quite correctly, at least until I get my phone out. So, today we're going to be doing some live cold readings. And if you guys have been on my channel before, as I'm sure many of you have, a cold reading is when you have your chart read in the moment by an astrologer without any kind of warming up, shall we say. Most times when I do astrology, if I'm going to be hanging out and I'm going to, I get that is my gig, that is my thing that I do. People will pay me to sit with them for 2 to 3 hours, and I will have studied their chart beforehand. I also do cold readings. I do cold readings at $60 an hour, so it's $1 per minute. I just see somebody and I read their chart right away. But it's better to do a deep, full reading. And so I offer these full readings where I sit for 2.5 to 3 hours. And I read the chart for, I really run through the chart in the days before that reading. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you, Michael. And it's nice to see you, Aman Singh. So usually that is how astrologers do it, depending on the astrologer. I'm getting my phone going here so I can see the comments on my phone. Okay, now I can see you guys. Hello there, Harman Sohal. Nice to see you. I think, Harman, you had given your birth data, so don't worry about... we're not going to put our birth data yet. Today, for these cold reads. So remember, I am doing very well. Thank you, Aman. For a cold read, the vibe is that I haven't read your chart. I haven't done any background warming up on your chart. And it's always good to be aware when you're doing cold reads that because there's no warm-up, because I haven't read your chart already, it's good to recognize that I'm not going to catch everything in a reading. But I try to squeeze everything that I can see in a person's Tropical Vedic Astrology chart within the half an hour to an hour that I do these things, when I do them live like this. And this is a public forum. This is a live stream. So our intention is not, I say this pretty much the same way every time, our intention is not to shine on the skeletons in your closet, but in the process, me being such a Scorpio person that I am, I'm Leo rising with Sun, Mars, and Pluto, all conjunct in Scorpio. So I really shine a flashlight and into the soul in order for us to do astrology. And in doing so, we might bump some knobby bones that might rattle inside the closet. In that case, don't feel inclined as we're doing a free live reading today, don't be inclined to say anything you don't want to say, to talk about anything you don't want to talk about. It's a caveat I need to give because this is just the nature of astrology. We wouldn't be doing astrology if we didn't be real and go deep. So, before we start today, what I'm going to try to do, I only just woke up like a little bit ago. I was hanging out with some friends yesterday, and we hung on, and so I had some interesting dreams, and the dreams that I've been having lately were wonderful. Very, we've got some pretty particular, interesting ephemerides happening at the present time. So ephemerides are, of course, the planets that are actually live in the sky right now. Don't put your birthday yet. Thanks for asking. There's going to be a moment soon when I'm going to get people to put their birth time. But first, what I want, I can see my computer. Hopefully I don't skip. It's hard to say. Hopefully my voice doesn't audio codec. It looks like it did. So if my audio is off my video, let me know. It's annoying when it happens. My computer sucks right now. I think I got to get a new one. Story of my life. So this is the current planets in transit. And the moon is conjunct Saturn and Neptune. And technically it's within at least 10 degrees of the North Node in Pisces. The North Node is already halfway through Pisces, which means our time with the eclipses in Pisces and Virgo are at their peak. It'll probably be a big peak energy this March, depending on how those eclipses go. The eclipses in March technically aren't crazy close. They're not going to be that powerful. But they are moving through Pisces and Virgo. And I want everybody to know that it's going to be a very interesting time midway through 2026 when the North Node enters Aquarius. And then we're going to be in a very different place where the eclipses are happening in Leo and Aquarius. That's going to be interesting because Pluto is in Aquarius, and it's in fire and air signs, which is where all of the outer planets are. Pluto's going to be in Aquarius, Neptune's going to be in Aries, Uranus is going to be in Gemini in 2026. So crazy times ahead. Crazy means crazy good and crazy bad. It's neutral ultimately, but interesting nonetheless. Now, right now the moon is in trine to Jupiter, and there's actually a beautiful mutual yoga happening between Jupiter and the moon right now. So it's that type of mutual yoga is a powerful thing. It's a nice thing when this kind of thing happens. So whenever the moon is in Pisces right now, because Jupiter's in Cancer, Cancer rules the moon, Pisces rules Jupiter. The moon and Jupiter are in each other's signs. It's very powerful for whatever Cancer and Pisces rule and resonate with inside your chart. So it's a good time to dream, good time to open your heart. Pisces and these water signs are all really a lot about moksha, inner satisfaction. What does the soul desire? Especially because the North Node is in Pisces. A lot of interesting things going on there. A lot of interesting things to be said. What was I dreaming about? I was dreaming of being on an island with a girl that I recently met who's a cool gal. My brother was there. And something happened with my brother and I. We were playing a video game or something like that. And it sounds like crazy, but it sounds whatever. But it was a very deep, heartfelt moment. So look for deep, heartfelt moments in your dreams and in your life right now. The paint is wet to create a heartfelt, open reality right now. It's important too because Saturn eventually is going to go into Aries and things will change. Things are going to shift pretty soon. So let's enjoy this water energy while we have it. Hello, Immortal Anana. Nice to see you, my dear. Nice to have you hanging out with us. So it's nice, you know, we've got some subscribers here. Michael John, nice to have you. And we've always got people coming in for all sorts of reasons. Now, we're going to do our cold readings today. And I feel like we should get it going now. Now, everybody, I'm sure that this is going to seem whatever it's going to seem like. But today, we're doing these cold readings. Cool, you got lots of Pisces for you, Navu. For these cold readings today, I've decided to do something. There's going to be a time when I can't do this as much because I'm going to have too many people and it's going to be impossible to wrangle. But we're going to do a specific thing with our reading today. So, my intention is that I'd like to get everybody to join my subscription to my account. That is the current plan. Now, in order for me to set this up, so I want to do these free. And if you want a free reading today, you'll be able to hear all about your Vedic Big Three. And I'm going to also give you a general reading on your life overall today. That is the plan. So if you're interested in that, that's what we're going to go for today. And in order to do that, I'm going to get you guys to jump through some hoops. So let me know where you're at with this. Because again, this is the time for me to do this. There's going to be a time where it's going to be harder for me to do this. So, as some of you may know, I'm going to have some books coming out soon. Why? You bastard. So I'm currently trying to sign in to my MailerLite account. That's what I'm currently doing. I could have done this before, and I attempted to, and it wasn't giving it to me. What the heck is happening here? Is this gonna blow my whole fucking gig? So if you guys are watching, I appreciate your patience. Usually I have this stuff figured out before I jump in and start. So, at the present time, that doesn't seem to be happening. But yeah, I'm trying to set this up so that we can actually see the people. Now I got it. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you guys very much for hanging out with me while I figure this out. Okay, so you guys are staring at my ugly mug that whole time. So let's see, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to get us on to my MailerLite in order that I can see my subscribers. So here's what I want you guys to do. In order to have a cold reading today, you are about to get a cold reading. We have about 7 people hanging out with us right now. Now, if you guys would like to have a live cold reading today, what I'm basically interested in getting everybody to do is to join my email list at dustincormier.com/subscribe. Probably should have mentioned it from the beginning. It is what it is. I love doing this work, but I've been moving into making this a feasible thing for me by inviting people to join me on my email list. Now, by joining me on my email list, you know, I don't send too many emails out. I try not to be annoying about it. But I'm going to be releasing some literature next year, some of my original works. And I'm also going to be producing a Tropical Vedic Astrology handbook pretty soon. And when I do that, I'd like to have people on my email list to be able to say, hey, I got this thing coming out. I'm going to be doing deals. I'm going to be doing signed copies. I'm going to be doing bundles. And this is the kind of stuff that I want to get going for people with this email list. So if you're interested, now's your chance to have a cold reading and to join my email list in order to be up to date with those things. So what you want to do, ladies and gentlemen, you go on your computer, you go into Google, or however you want to do it, and what you want to do is look up dustincormier.com/subscribe. And this is going to bring you to the page where you can subscribe to my email list. So you come down, you click on that subscription. It'll take you to this page, as you can see here. Once you're here, you can subscribe to my email list by putting your email in this little blue box here. And then you say, "Ce n'est pas un robot," I am not a robot. And then once you tap that in, it'll bring you to this page where you get a free copy of my new ebook. Now, this is an ebook that I've put out there for free. It's not one of my big books that I've got happening yet. But check that out from there. Once I see that your email is in, then the next thing to do, it looks like we've already got 2 people. Amazing. Awesome. Seeking the truth. Very happy to have you guys here. So this is what will be needed and necessary for our first reading today. It looks like so far we have 3 people who have joined. Now, what I'm going to ask you guys to do, the final thing, I had to do this last time, is to send me an email. And it looks like you guys are here and you're with me on this, so I'm pretty happy about that, and I appreciate it. You're going to go to astrology at Dustin Cormier. You're going to email astrology at dustincormier.com and just say, "Hey, this is my email." And maybe tell me in that email, what is your name on YouTube? For example, Tantel Nalina. You'll go on there, you'll send me your email to astrology at dustincormier.com, and then let me know that your name on YouTube is Tantel Nalina, and that way I'll be able to see that your email has been added to the mailer light list, to my email subscription list. So I'm sure that it seems like a lot. It looks like I can see Navu has joined, and so this is what we're doing today here, folks, and I appreciate it very much. When I get the email that tells me that you have joined, then I will be able to include you in our list today. Now, it looks so far that we have 3 people, so do me a favor when you can, once you get a moment, and send me that email that shows me that you have officially signed up to the email list. And that is our plan for today, folks. It looks like we've got 3 people who have joined, and it looks like it's increasing more, which is nice. Oh, you know what? I can tell by the date. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like we've actually got 4 people who have joined. So do me a favor and let me know. Can we tell the email? Yeah, you can tell your email right in here if you like. Hi there, Michael Angel. Nice to see you. You can put your email right in here if you're comfortable with that. But I think maybe YouTube will delete it if it sees a personal email put in the YouTube comments. So thank you. So far we do have 1 email that has come in. Now we have Michaela here who has thrown her email in. And so far 1 person has emailed me. And so Michaela is the first person to be applicable for this cold reading today. So Michaela, I'm going to put you on the list. And we're going to be doing some of these cold readings soon, folks. I want to give everybody a little bit of time to send your emails in so that I can see that you have joined and that you are a part of the subscription. Now, I'm just going to make sure here. Yes. Good. I'm going to keep redoing my page here so I can make sure I'm not missing anybody. But this is what we're up to today here, ladies and gentlemen. We have somebody else. Thank you very much to Navu. You have also joined the list. Congratulations. I appreciate you guys. I know that there's a lot of kind of fun little hoops to have to make people go through. But it works out for me because, being able to have a community, being able to have people that I connect to through email in this way, I'm finding that this is a good way to keep solid on YouTube. To have people who are a part of what I'm doing here like this feels right and proper for me. So we have another one, and this is Tante Inalina. Oh, that's short from Aunt Karina. Sweet. So I'm just going to check to see that we have this person in our list. C. Martinez. Now, let's see. Oh, nice. Brutus Always Mind. Nice to have you here, my friend. Now, it looks like Miss Tante Inalina, I have your email in astrology at Dustin. I have the email that you've sent to me, and I'm not sure if you've already joined my list. Yes, you have. Good. Okay, so we got now Tante Inalina. I can see that you've joined my list a long time ago. I'm very happy to have you. And as well, my buddy Brutus has just joined at some point. So if Brutus wants a reading and you're here, feel free to let me know and I'll let you join the list as well. But so far we have 3 people who have joined. We have Michaela, we have Navu, and we have Tante Inalina. Very happy to be having you guys connecting in this way. We also have my other friend Singh here. Excellent. And so that is Aman Singh. Nice to have you. Brutus. Very nice to... Aman Singh, I just got your email, my friend. You are now on the list. Congratulations, and thank you very much for being a part of this with me. Brutus Always Mind. Now, I'm going to put you on here, Brutus. I know I've done readings for you before, but it's been a while. I'd be happy to include you on this list, Brutus, if you feel like having a reading today. So far, we have 5 people on the list. And remember, folks, we're doing our Tropical Vedic Big 3 today. So let's see if I have that all, figured out. Do. And one more. So this is our Tropical Vedic Big 3. Now, let's, for everybody who's interested, I think I got one more to do. This is going to be our main discussion today, is the Tropical Vedic Big 3. Now, this wasn't necessarily discovered by my buddy, but he is a guy who, by the way, if you guys know Corey Dowds, is a wonderful Tropical Vedic YouTube astrologer. Bless you, Brutus. You're the best, buddy. Well, thank you for being here, Brutus. Now, my buddy Corey Dowds from Eye of the Veda, he is a fellow YouTube astrologer, and he does great work. In fact, he recently just put out a book on the nakshatras that I'm going to be very interested to read and to check out soon. So Corey here came on one day, and he just decided to do this thing. In Western astrology, we have what's called the Big 3. And the Big 3 is, ascendant, sun, and moon in Western astrology. So Corey said, what will we consider to be the Vedic Big 3? And the Vedic Big 3 is this very important dimension of Vedic astrology, where this is like the main bones that we use when we're doing a Vedic astrology chart. We use everything, but these 3 are considered to be very important. We have the Atmakaraka, and you guys have heard me talk about the Atmakaraka a lot. We have the Swamsha, which you've also heard me talk about. And then we have the moon's nakshatra, which I've been talking about more. It looks like we have more folks here. So I'm going to get these names down and check that they're on the list. I feel like a VIP at some kind of a club. Let me see if your name's on the list here, sir. Eduardo. Now let's see if Eduardo is on the big list. Eduardo, you've been on my list for a long time. It's nice to have you here. Eduardo. It looks like my friend Vidalme is here. And you've already subscribed. So we have, that's VMP 8178. It's a pleasure to have you here, my friend. And then as well, cool. We have my friend Miguel Angel. Now I'm just going to see if we have the Miguel. I'm going to see if you have joined my list before. So I've gotten an email from my friend Miguel Angel, and it's very nice to be connected with you, Miguel. So remember, Miguel, if you want a reading as a live reading today, what we're looking for is for you to join my email list at dustincormier.com/subscribe. For everybody who's watching, we have 13 viewers now. If you want to be chosen for our list today, and we're going to be doing a reading soon. I've been giving everybody space to come in and to put their names in. So far, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people who are live with us today who have joined my email list. Once you join my email list, you can send me an email at astrology@dustincormier.com saying, hey, this is my YouTube name. Right? So first you join the email list. Then you send me a personal email at astrology@dustincormier.com. Then I'm going to know that your email is on my email list. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people who have done so. And we're going to be picking a name from the hat in just a moment. I wanted to, and thank you for your patience, folks. We should get it going now. But for everybody who's interested, this is what we're going to be mainly focusing on today, is the Tropical Vedic Big Three. Atmakarika, Swamsha, and the Moon's Nakshatra. And this was sort of heralded by my friend Corey Dowds, who once again is just releasing a book. A book on the nakshatras that I'm very excited to read because his insights and he's a very intelligent fella. He's born in the year of the rabbit, really sharp guy. So I can't wait to check out what he's done in the realm of the nakshatras. So folks, I'm going to start picking names now because you've all been very patient. Let's get started here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people who have joined my email list and who have mentioned to me, who have emailed me and said that they want to get a reading today. Michaela, Navu, Tante Inalina, Aman Singh, Brutus Always, Eduardo, and Vidalme. Now, as always, this is how I like to roll here, folks. We're basically I'm going to pick a number. And now is the time, everybody. For all those who are watching, I can see a few people have put their birth time in, but feel free now, if you're watching and you're hanging out with us live, feel free to put your birth time into the chat box. Michaela, Navu, Tante Inalina, Aman Singh, Brutus Always, Eduardo, and VMP. If you're watching here live, and if you're okay with it, you can either put your birth time, thank you, Michaela, put your birth time in now, everybody. Now is the time, now is your chance. Birth time, birth date, and the birthplace, just like Michaela has done. Now, Michael Angel, how you join the email list is by going to dustincormier.com/subscribe. Now, I'll show you, for everybody else, feel free to put your birth time in. Thank you, Aman Singh. Thank you, Tanta Inalina. Now, Michael Angel, just so you know, I'm going to show you quickly. What you do is you go to dustincormier.com. And then when you come here, you're going to scroll down where it says subscribe to my email list. You're going to click here. And this is going to give you a page where you can subscribe to my email list in the blue box right here. So first you put in your email, and then you say, ce n'est pas un robot, I am not a robot, and then you click subscribe. Once you've done that, Michael, then I will see your email in my list of subscribers on my official email list. So for those who are interested, that is what is necessary in order to get your reading today. Basically because I'm trying to get people on my email list, because I'm going to be producing some books of my own very soon. So anybody who's interested in that, that is who we're doing the reading for today. So Eduardo, VMP, Robin Scott, my friend, I'm not sure if I have your email. I just got another email, and I want to make sure that I'm not missing out on anybody. Thank you to Shubham Johar. And it looks like, yes, so I just got a few. Let's see. Now, Shubham Johar, I'm going to ask that you ensure that you have joined my email list. Now, it looks like Robin. I've had you here. Robin, you're on the list. You're good to go. I'm happy to have you, Robin. I know I've been seeing you on my channel for a while. I also have someone named Ariel Natalia. Maybe I shouldn't just be saying the names on here. But thank you to everybody who has joined. So now let me make sure. Robin Scott, you are on the list now. So for anybody else who is hanging out with us live, yes, wonderful. We will be picking a name in just a moment. And your YouTube name is Ari K. All right, sweet. Nice to see you, Ari K. You have officially joined the list. Oh, Shubham. You did join. Okay, so Shubham, I'm sure this probably means that you've been... Shubham Johar, I got you, buddy. You are on the list, my friend, and that's Seeking the Truth. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, everybody. Now we have lots of people hanging out with us here. I have lots of birth times, and you guys are all on the list. I appreciate you all very much for being a part of this lively YouTube promotion experiment. Let's get it going now. We have quite a few people on this list now. I'm now going to choose. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to keep it tight today. I'm going to try to keep it so it's like, you know, we're going to do about like 30 to 40 minutes per person. I'm going to put a timer for 35 minutes. So whoever gets this first reading is going to get a reading for 35 minutes. Now, I'd like you to be live with me here. So whoever I choose, I'm going to try to get you to say hello, to know that you're here. Maybe it's people have joined and don't expect to be here for the live. So maybe I'll feel that out. For now, I'm going to pick a number. We have lots of people here, so I'm going to pick the number... Thank you, Shubham. I'm going to go with like the number, something fancy, like 37. And I'm going to begin in the middle, and I'm going to go down, and then I'm going to go up. This is what I often do. So now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Aman Singh, and thank you, everybody, for being with me here. We are now going to pick our name from the hat. It's going to be random. I have a list here. I've picked a random number, 37, and I'm just going to go up and down until I land on the person who is destined for the first reading today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner for our first reading today. Remember, I'm going to try to do a few of these readings today. The first reading, the person who has joined today, is Navu. Navu from 2005, my friend, from India. Navu, congratulations. Are you with us live at this present moment? Drum roll. Navu, you have been chosen. There we have it. Congratulations, Navu. You have been chosen for our free live chart reading today. Congratulations. Very happy to have you here, Navu. And for everybody else, feel free to hang out. Let's support our friend Navu here. Navu, you've got a 35-ish minute reading. I'm going to put your birth time in, and then we're going to do a bathroom break. And then we're going to come back, and I'm going to do a reading for you here, Navu. So for everybody else watching, you keep hanging out because you're going to have another chance in about 35 to 40 minutes to get a reading. So Navu, let me just make sure I got your birth time here. And congratulations, my friend. Oh, I got my friend Michael John just joined my email list as well. Thanks, pal. Very nice to be connected with you. All right, so Navu, congratulations. We have this person. Let's see. Now, Navu here is born on the 8th of, sorry, that's January, February, March, April 8th, 2005. Very interesting. It's not too often that I get a very, compared to me, I guess, a young person. How old am I again? And then we have 11:15 in the morning. Ernakulam, India. Ernakulam. Ernakulam, Kerala. And it looks like that would be it. All right, let's crackleate it. Ooh, you're a little bit close to a cusp. Let me just make sure here. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're about 15 minutes away from a cusp, but 11:15. That's okay. I'd still say you're Cancer rising. Now, Navu, my friend, I've noticed that you're from India, and I think it's worth mentioning, just to be sure, you might, the culture of India is known for, of course, I practice Vedic astrology. So I practice the method of astrology that has been passed down in India, but the way that I measure the chart is through the Western way of measuring a chart. I'm just making sure my hair is all did here. So, Navu, I'm not sure if you've ever seen any of my readings, but I am what's called a Tropical Vedic astrologer. So I don't use the sidereal map of the stars. I use what's called a tropical map. So because you're from India, that's why I'm saying you might not be familiar with the measurements that I'm using here. What I invite you to do is to, if you're interested, there's going to be a lot of things that are similar. Like, for example, your moon's nakshatra right here is probably going to be the same in both systems. I invite you to open your mind and open your heart. You've heard about it. Okay. All right, good, Navu. Sweet. I don't have to explain nothing. What I will say, Navu, is that when I do these astrology readings, it's good to keep an open mind. And also, I often go pretty deep with these readings. You're a young person, and I intend to, I talk about what's going to be helpful and healing for a person. If there's anything I mention here that you don't want to talk about, feel free to say so. You're in the captain's chair here. We are here for you to do this reading for you. And really, we can take this reading wherever you want to go. But I am focusing today on your Tropical Vedic Big Three, your Atmakarika, your Swamsha, and your Moon's Nakshatra. One last thing I'm going to ask you, Navu. It's hard for me to see from your picture. If you would let me know if you identify as any gender, as a boy or a girl, or anything in between. I got all sorts of people here on my channel. Just know about it, but Western astrology too heard a lot. Cool. So this is Western measurements, but I'm going to use Vedic theory, Vedic method applied to Western measurements. That's tropical Vedic style astrology. So that's what we're doing today. So let me know if you're a boy or a girl, Navu. I'm sorry to ask so bluntly, but it's usually useful for me because the energy of being a man or a woman does play into how a person experiences their energies in their chart. Let me know that when you can. You're a boy. Thank you, Navu. That's very helpful for me. Okay, let's do a bathroom break. I'm going to go pee, and then when we come back, we are going to begin the timer, and we're going to start with Navu's chart. So I'll see you guys in just a sec. We're about to begin our first reading of the day. See you guys in a moment. Sweet. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Okay, let's finally begin our first reading. And for those of you who are watching, we're discussing our Tropical Vedic Big Three today. And if you are interested in being a part of this and you've just joined, I see we have 12 viewers now. What I'd like you to do is to join my email list at dustincormier.com/subscribe, and there then send me an email so I know that I have your email in my subscription list. And the email you'd send it to is astrology@dustincormier.com. The reason I'm doing these videos is to promote my email list because I'm going to be producing my own original literature very soon. This next coming year is going to be my first venture into this publication world. So I'm very excited for that, and I'm very happy that you guys are supporting my channel and joining my email list in the way that you have. Now let's get rocking here, folks. Navu is our first winner who has been chosen for, he's the chosen one who has been chosen for a reading today. Congratulations, Navu. Let's finally now get started, and I'm going to shift this down here. Where should I put this? That looks like it's good. Yeah. Okay, sweet. You guys can see me. You guys can see the full chart here. Navu, I'm going to put you on a 35-minute timer. And I'm easy going with these timers. I'm going to try to squeeze as many people in as possible. Starting now. We have 35 minutes. So already right away, wow, what is happening here in Aries? I can't even see what planets are in there. Mercury, Moon, Sun, Venus, and Rahu. That is and Rahu. Whoa, that's crazy. Okay, so Mercury, Moon. It's technically a dark moon, but Mercury, Moon, and Venus are all technically in a very intense thing, and they're all in revity, all very close together. That is a very interesting signature, my friend. Now, technically, it's worth mentioning that all of these placements here, all these planets inside of Aries are, because the sun is there, and the sun is a malefic, and the sun is with Rahu. That means that the Mercury, the moon, and Venus are all getting shamed by a very strong exalted sun and Rahu. The reason is because when we come into this life, if you guys can see what's going on here, we have Mercury, Moon, Sun, Venus, and Rahu inside of the sign of Aries. Now, it's interesting. It's nice that the sun is exalted here. So many times with astrology, there's good things and there's bad things all wrapped up together. This is happening in the 10th house, the house of career. The 10th house cusp is actually in Pisces, as we can see. And that's me. It's about 29 degrees Pisces. So Mercury is actually very close to the midheaven. But all these planets crammed into the sign of Aries in the 10th house is a very interesting signature. So it's worth noting that there's also a funny sort of thing happening where we see Mars is in Saturn's sign, Saturn is in the moon sign, the moon is in Mars's sign, Mars is in Saturn's sign, Aquarius, Saturn is in the moon sign, Cancer, the moon is in Mars's sign, Aries, Mars is in Saturn's sign. So there's a sort of three-way triangle-y thing going on there. This is it's almost like a grand cross going on in this chart, but not quite. Now, the sun is exalted in the 10th house. The sun is technically looking pretty good. Yeah, this is a blistering strong sun in this chart. Crazy, blistering, strong. And all the Shadbal is looking pretty good here. Overall. Technically, the moon has the strongest Sthana Bala. But the sun is really a very strong keynote element going on in this chart. I'm just looking over things and seeing what I can kind of see with my eye here. Now, what's tricky is that Mercury, the moon, and Venus are all shamed, and that is going to bring a little bit more damage to some of these planets, but not in a way, especially because the sun is so strong. It's going to be a tough thing for those planets to experience that shame. Mercury is a good example of a planet that's getting bummed out by it, but Mercury and Venus are happy together in Aries. That's cool. So right now I'm getting my bearings here, folks, because again, when I do a cold reading, I haven't prepared at all, so I'm just going flying by the seat of my pants here. You guys get to see me do my art, and that is what we're doing here on this channel. This person is in the Venus Mahadasha, has been in there since they were 19 years old. The sun has some incredible yoga strength, and that is the one planet that really has a lot of yoga strength in this chart. The Lagna Lord, the sun, and the moon in angles or trines in an own, friendly, or exaltation rashis. The moon is not, yeah, the moon's in a friendly rashi. So we have a bit of a Shiva yoga. It's called Shrikanta yoga. It's when the rising sign lord, which is the moon, the sun, and the moon are in an angle, the 10th house, and in their own friendly or exaltation signs. So the sun is exalted in Aries. The moon is just technically friendly. And that's going to give some Shiva energy for this person. So already we're really building the energy of like a very strong masculine Shiva energy in this person. Very classic Kshatriya. This person's got Kshatriya energy in a lot of ways. Although being a Cancer rising, there's also a bit of Brahmin kind of mystical energy in here as well. Hello there, Sun Soul Tarot. Nice to see you. So let's start beginning to talk about what I've described as the Vedic Big Three, the Atmakarka, the Swamsha, and the Moon's Nakshatra. Now, already, if anybody's been seeing, you can see that we have Saturn as the Atmakarka. And where do we place Saturn in the Navamsha chart? Well, it's at 20 degrees of the sign of Cancer. So what we would do is we'd go from the sign of Cancer, and it's in the 7th Navamsha. This is something that I have memorized. For all those interested, you can learn how to calculate the Swamsha, which is a very important point in Vedic astrology for all those who are interested. I often say that after we die, the whole chart shifts around. The Amakarika and the Swamsha are said to be 2 points, and this is conjecture. We're not entirely sure about this because we don't know what happens after you die. But the feeling is that you are always your Atmakarika and you're always your Swamsha incarnation after incarnation. Not forever, forever. But this is one of the oldest way lines in our soul. So we're going to find that we very much emphasize the Atmakarika, which in this person's case is Saturn. And as well, it's also the signs that Saturn rules for a Cancer rising. So that's even something worth mentioning here. We have Cancer rising. What does Saturn rule for Cancer rising? Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius. It's interesting for this person, our friend Navu here, has Neptune and Mars and Chiron all squished into the sign of Aquarius, which in Vedic terms is Aquarius is originally ruled by Saturn. So that tells us that this 8th house, especially because we've got such a loaded gun here, we've got 5 important grahas inside of Aries in the 10th house. So Mars is a very important planet for Cancer rising. It's what's called a Yoga Karaka because it rules the 10th house, which is an angle, the 5th house, which is a trine. It's in the home of Aquarius, which is ruled by Saturn, which is ruled by the Atmakarika. So for Cancer rising to have Saturn Atmakarika, we have a person who is very interested in using the 7th house, the cardinal energy of Capricorn, to wrangle probably relationships. This is somebody who, especially because it's Saturn, this is somebody who might feel that their life doesn't come into bloom until they're about 36 years old. It's a nice thing that Navu here is in the Mahadasha of Venus, started around 19 years of age. Now, how old is this person now? Wow, that's crazy. So you're about 20... Let me think. I got to think about this. 2005. I'm 1991. 2003 would be 12 years younger. So you're 14 years younger than me. So you're about 20 years old, right? So you just started your Venus Dasha last year, and you're going to end it at 39 years old. So you're in Venus Dasha. Thankfully, it's a nice thing to be in the Dasha, the Mahadasha of Venus, while you are your age. Because we all have the natural periods, and then we have the natural Mahadasha. The period of Venus for all of us is from age 12 to age 32. We start off with the moon at age 0 to 1. We're just a mouth at that point. Then from 1 to 3, it's Mars, the terrible 2s, where we start to develop muscle. We say, this is my candy bar, this is my room, my toys. Then from age 3 to age 12, we're the age of Mercury, the period of Mercury, where we're the young prince or the young princess who is uninterested about everything, wants to communicate. And if we have problems with Mercury, then our communication can get troubled, which we have a little bit of this in this chart because Mercury is shamed by the sun. And it's also conjunct the moon. So that's important for this person. Look to age 3, from age 3 to age 12, to see where you might have lost some communication ability. To feel like our language and our words is how we manifest. So say, I want to do this thing, and then we follow through with that thing. If your parents are saying, honey, shush, be quiet, your voice is inconvenient for us. Don't just do what your parents say. Just be quiet. Don't, we don't want to hear your voice. We don't want to hear what you're interested in. Somebody, when they're young, from age 3 to 12, they say, what's that? What's that? What's that? I want to know about this. I want to know about firefighters. I want to know about the priests in the temple. I want to know about the sky. I want to know about the birds. And if the parents say shush, then that's a squashed Mercury. And your Mercury has some significations for this, Navu. So keep this in mind. But it's not a load-bearing wall in this chart. So that's from age 3 to age 12. We all experience this Mercury age. Then from age 12 to age 32, we come through puberty. This is when, for the first time, we start being interested in the opposite sex. We start being interested in our own sex and what it means for me to be a boy and for you to be a girl, or whatever combinations you'd like. I'm a bisexual. I get a lot of people who are all sorts of sexualities on my channel. It's all welcome here. I'm from Toronto. We got the rainbow here. I'm very happy with all sorts of people whose gender and whose orientation goes all sorts of ways. But that being said, no matter how you dice it or slice it, there is still man, there is still woman, and feeling out how your masculine energy is interacting with women is what we learn from age 12 to age 32. Now, Navu, when you said it's true, I'm sure you're talking about Mercury with your voice being quieted. That's what I figured that you must be talking about there. And correct me if I'm wrong. But for all of us, we come into puberty at age 12, and that lasts until age 32. Now, it's a nice thing when we have a Mahadasha that resonates with the period that we're in. In our friend Navu's case, he started the Venus Mahadasha at age 19 when he's still in the Venus period, which means he's squashing them both together. Now, however that goes, yeah, about Mercury. You rethink about mistakes if you made in conversation. Don't feel too bad when you make mistakes in conversation. Don't hold on to it too much. Because you see, Navu, what's happening in your chart is the sun is very, very strong for you. So you might be somebody who your parents are maybe pushing you to be an important, perhaps like a government authority person. I don't know if maybe if you're the eldest child, then you might feel much responsibility and pressure, especially from Indian culture, to uphold your family. Even if you're not the oldest child, you probably still feel this way. As a boy, your family is putting pressure on you to uphold your family, perhaps, because the sun is so strong in your chart, and it is... Yes, you're the eldest. Okay. Now, the sun is very strong in your chart, and it is with the North Node, Rahu. And it is with 3 soft planets. It's Mercury, Moon, and Venus. The signification here is that the sun energy, since you're the eldest, you probably feel, I have to be strong. Now, that's okay. It's amazing to be a strong man. It's a beautiful thing. We don't get enough of it these days. It's what's tricky is when the energy of being a strong man, like the sun, is so close to the quiet, gentle planets that when you try to be gentle, you can't be gentle because the sun is in the way. The sun is in the way. And the sun is going to win in this case. So it's okay. Your bread is buttered on the side of being a strong man. It's okay. That's probably part of who you are. But it's always good to recognize that we all want to express all the divine lights of the cosmos. And to integrate with the music of what is strange to you can be a very powerful thing. It's like if you have, sometimes a human being is only as strong as their weakest link. I don't know if you've ever heard that phrase before. You've got this chain, and you're training your boat to a dock. You've got your boat chained up. And let's say that chain is made up of 20 different little chain rings, 20 of them. And 19 of them are made out of steel, and they're very strong. But one of them is made out of rope. You could have 19 of them be very, very strong. But if one of them is made out of linen rope and a storm comes, it doesn't matter that the other ones are very strong. The rope one is going to break, and your boat is going to go away out into the storm. So that's why for all of us, even though we have something very strong, like the sun in this case, it's good to roll our shoulders back and to listen to the parts of ourselves that we're weak on, and that we might not have strength with. In this case, especially because you're in this Venus period, you're going to experience this especially until about age 32 and even age 36. You're in the age of Venus right now. Just many experiences in your 20s. Yeah. So you're in a very Venus strong period right now, my friend. You're in the Venus Mahadasha. And this is important because your Atmakaraka Saturn rules the 7th house and the 8th house. And those are houses of bonding with your partner and exchanging energy, exchanging material, exchanging money, exchanging love, having a deep bond. Cancer rising, we find with Cancer rising that they often have a little bit of, not difficulty, but Cancer rising often takes a long time to settle with the lover that they seek to have in their lives. It's because Saturn rules the 7th and 8th house. Saturn is about delays, you see. Saturn takes time to land where Saturn wants to land. So Saturn will always take a little bit of extra time in order to finally manifest the lover that they want. And Cancer, because Cancer is this way, it takes, especially if Saturn is very important for this person. In your case, Saturn is the Atmakaraka. You take time to understand others' nature, don't want to be in, but time. Yeah, it does take time to learn how people are. Now, because you're in the Venus period, Navu, you're in a very strong Venus period right now, which means right now what's important for you is to learn about the opposite sex, to learn about your own sex, and to learn how does a man make a woman happy, and how do I as a man seek my happiness in a partner. Now, in our 20s, we sow some wild oats. You ever heard that phrase before? It's a North American phrase. We sow wild seeds. It's not a careful crop. You want a good crop, you prepare it, you make sure it's prepared. You make sure that it's orderly and has good water. When we're in our 20s, we're just throwing those seeds everywhere. That's what we do when we're young. And it's a very Venus thing to do. It's good. It's kind of good too, because Venus is exalted in Pisces. So it's good to listen to your heart right now. It's going to be a little bit painful. Experience the poetry of love. Experience it. Don't be ashamed of it. If your parents have ever told you that your duty is more important than your heart, now is a good time to experience the importance of your heart, because your heart is going to carry you when you get into your marriage to learn how to communicate with your partner. Don't just be a man who has a good job with the government or in a company and to show up and you pay the bills and I bring home the bacon and so you should love me. That's a very strong son thing to do. And technically as a man, you will be of value to a woman for doing that masculine energy. But you will be much happier, especially because you are Saturn Atmakaraka. And Saturn rules your 7th and 8th house. You're going to be much happier if you learn how to have this happiness. You might go for higher education since your family isn't allowing to settle free. Yeah, higher education, I could see that being an important thing for you. Depending. Your ninth lord is in the 4th house with Ketu. Higher education might always be a bit of an eternal thing. You always want more higher education. Try to think with your higher education, what is going to bring you happiness? What's going to bring you personal happiness in your life? You might always find that Jupiter is okay here. It's not too happy in Libra, but it's pretty strong in this chart. This is what's tricky for you. See, you're in the Venus period, and it's not... It might mess with your Jupiter a little bit. You might find you learn more about how to use your Jupiter when you're at age 32. So when you get into higher education, try to think about right now, what is something that would make me always happy? Not just happy because I can make my parents happy. You want something solid that has that masculine energy. But try to think of something that is going to make you happy in your heart. Now, I'm going to answer you, Amma, in just a moment. But what I want to say here is you are going to be in this Venus period for Navu. You're going to be in this Venus period for a long time, well into your 30s. Now, at age 36 is when you probably are going to start to feel like you're mature enough to truly get into a relationship that you can build a life on. Cancer rising tends to be a late bloomer when it comes to marriage because they want to make sure, see, Saturn is toughening whatever house it rules. And only time can toughen Saturn. So Saturn is going to toughen the 7th house and the 8th house, which means you probably will want to get with a marriage partner who you know is a tough person, who will stand by your side, who you can talk with money about freely. And because your Neptune is in Aquarius here as well, you see all the planets mature at a certain age, and Saturn's the last planet to mature. It matures at age 36. So your Neptune energy, you have a deep desire to connect with someone in the 8th house. You have a deep desire to merge your resources with somebody. And merging your resources with groups would be an important thing for you that you think is very important to do. You especially want to do it with a solid partner as well as solid business partners. Don't go too crazy in getting deeply married right now. Right now, what's most important is to listen to your heart, Navu. Think about your heart and think about what is important to keep you happy. Because this is what we do when we're in the Venus period. You see, we wake up in the day and we have breakfast. I'm going to say this over here. We have pancakes, we have fruits, and it's nice and sweet. We have a nice sweet breakfast. That's Shukra, Venus, which is nice that Gogo Pogo, my friend, we began with an invocation of Shukra. Om Dram Dream Drom Saha Shukraya Namaha. We begin with Venus, with some pancakes and some sweetness, and we feel it in our belly. Then at age 32, we begin Jupiter period, and that's lunch. So at age 32, you're going to be thinking more about higher education, more of how can I use my education to make me abundance so I can take care of my family. And all of that stuff, when you're at lunch, you don't want to be craving breakfast. You don't want to be craving Venus. So that's why you have to make sure that you experience Venus when you're in this Venus period, that you get satisfied from the sweetness. Just don't feel to have someone and work on myself. That's good, Navu, because it's definitely important for you to work on yourself, to find the Venus inside yourself, the sweetness inside yourself. But remember, you might, the reason I'm talking about this in circles is because, my friend, You have a Venus that is shamed by the sun and it's starved by the moon. I know it's hard to see it. I'm going to put this in the South Indian chart. We have Mercury, Moon, Sun, Venus, and Rahu. Sun and Rahu are agitating this Venus. And the moon is also agitating it because the moon is still technically dark. We have a very dark moon here. So the moon and the sun are agitating and shaming Venus in this chart, which is just like Mercury. Hey, Monica, nice to see you, darling. Appreciate you very much for coming in and saying hi and supporting. Navu, it's very important for you to know that you might suffer with feelings of love until you're in your 30s, until you're in your mid-30s. Now, as a spiritual person, I want you to tell you this suffering is very important for you. It's a good thing. There's a bit of sour. There's a bit of tart. You've got these pancakes and you've put some tart cranberries and some very tart, bitter, not bitter, but sour berries in with the pancakes. And this is part of your karma. And I want you to know that this is your opportunity in this life to gain an important joy for you, because life is going to take on a different level of importance for you when you get into your 30s. You're going to start your karma as a man with your career and your higher education and what you want to do with yourself is going to become important. Now, you also want to be careful because Jupiter, as we can see here, Jupiter is in a bit of a tricky place too with K2. So Jupiter doesn't like the sign of Libra, but overall Jupiter's not doing too bad in this chart. There are significations that Jupiter is a bit tough in this chart as well, which means at some level, because it's in Libra, you'll find as time goes on that your lust, you've got a deep passion to have a happiness with a woman. And it might ruin your plans for your career. You might have lots of talent and skill, but you might even be a very passionate person, a little bit of an artistic person. And you might have a deep desire, because Jupiter is in the 4th house, you might have a desire to enjoy time with your family and to even develop a family that gives you happiness, because Jupiter rules the 9th house. The 9th house is about marriage and family, culture, and the Lord of the 9th house, which rules Pisces, that's Jupiter, is inside your 4th house with K2. So there's a signification of moksha here. It's a signification of doing the right thing for your family, and whatever that family means for you, your friends, and your family, your mother, your father, your sisters, your culture, they're supposed to bring you happiness in the 4th house. Part of that is you're going to desire to have a woman or to have a love partner who you can share passion with. And it'll almost be a bit too much. So that's why enjoy Venus while you're in the Venus period right now. Because when it comes to time to be 36, to develop a serious marriage with a marriage partner, to involve your resources with them, you're going to want to learn how to make a woman happy, how to make yourself happy in marriage. Learn all of this relationship stuff while you're in your 20s. Open your heart. Don't be ashamed of Venus, because the sun and the moon are kind of shaming Venus inside of your chart, which means probably ever since you were young, you might feel like you're not valuable. This is Venus. This have self-value. To have the feeling that I am valuable. I am an important person. I have something to bring to a relationship, which means that I don't need to be... When we don't have a good Venus, we go out and work very hard because I don't know if my wife loves me, so I've got to work extra hard and bring that money home. And all of that it's a head trip. So you might be somebody who's well served by relationship counseling as you develop into relationships. Relationships are important for you, and they're going to be especially important in your 20s. Then when you get into your 30s and your 40s, your relationship is going to be something that helps to tie you together because you're a relationship-oriented person. And so it's important now to make peace with how your parents might have shamed you. Most kids, when they're 12 years old, they go through puberty, and they go in freely. They talk with girls, they talk with guys, they have fun being in the conquest because we're men and we want to pursue these women who are beautiful and giddy. And it's okay to do that. It's okay to do these things, but you want to learn about consent. You don't want to push yourself on a woman too much. You want to entice them and engage them. But it's also good for a man to initiate, to shoot your shot. Learning all this stuff without being too much, but also not being awkward. You might want to read books about this. You might want to learn about Tantra, right? Tantra is something that's probably good for you. Not just being sexy, but the Tantra of there's a man and there's a woman and there's the third thing, the relationship, the harmony. How to find that dance. So I can be myself and be a man. I want to fully be a man. But I also want the woman, I don't want to be so hot like the sun. I don't want to burn the poor woman. You want to learn to be yourself. You want to be supported for your strengths. But you don't want to burn the poor woman. And learning these things so you can feel secure as a man. So when you're doing your career, you're not thinking, am I a piece of shit? Does my wife love me at home? Are my kids happy with me? These are very important, I think, for you to think about now, because you have Saturn out Makaraka, which rules your 7th and 8th house. Now, I've already burned a lot of my time here, but that's okay. I wanted to say that because you're in the Venus period. When you get to age 36, is probably around the time, in your 30s, you're really going to start thinking more about what your marriage means to you and how you can use the energy of your marriage to help funnel your surrender to God into your culture more strongly, so that you don't, every man wants to surrender deeply to their culture, to God, to something bigger than themselves. And the one thing that always fucks us men up is Venus, is we get hungry to be satisfied for the sweetness. We put ourselves so much into the hard work. If we don't have a woman who's taking care of us in the ways that women are so good at doing, we can burn ourselves out. We become sour. We lose our inspiration. And so it's important for any man with a shamed Venus to work this stuff out, especially for you. I'm also going to tell you, Navu, that you right now, because the moon for you, your moon is in Aries. Let's remember that the planet Saturn is going to be coming into Aries. That's okay to be ambitious. It's definitely good to be ambitious. Somebody asked me a question and I ignored it, or I didn't mean to ignore it. Amma Krellin, honey, if you're still here, I'm sorry. I told you I was going to get back to you, and then I didn't. But I'm going to do it now, Amma, if you're still here. The Atmakaraka is the planet with the highest degrees in the chart. We can see in Navu's chart, Saturn is at 20 degrees of Cancer. That is the planet that has gone the highest degrees. Out of all the 7 classical planets, Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn, not including Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, not including the nodes, just the first 7, the planet with the highest degrees. Then what we do is we take, that's how we find out the Atmakaraka. Then we take the Atmakaraka and we see what place it is in the Navamsha chart. In the case of our friend Navu here, Saturn's in the sign of Capricorn, which is a blessing. It's a very nice place for Saturn to be in the Nakshatra chart, in the Navamsha chart, excuse me. When Saturn is in its own sign, that's my alarm. I'm going to finish here. It'll take a moment to finish with Navu. When Saturn is in its own sign of Capricorn in the Navamsha chart, that's a harmonious swamsha. Especially because it's Capricorn. You know, this gives even more emphasis on the importance of Capricorn in the 7th house for Cancer rising. The whole Capricorn is a deep, natural, inherent part of the consciousness of Navu. So Navu, what I would do if you're interested in looking more about your swamsha, there are great articles that you can find online about Capricorn swamsha. It's a very specific one. Often we say with Capricorn, there's things that come through the air, because Saturn rules Capricorn, and Saturn is a windy planet, and you are a windy person. So it's going to be important for you to have a sail, whether that's a woman, a job, a good routine, that you can hold the wind of your passion. You've got this passion, you've got this desire that's coming right through you. And that's very Saturn. To grab a sail, whatever that sail means for you, so that the wind of your passion carries you forward. You want your job to allow your passion to come through. You want your marriage partner to allow your passion and your heat, even your anger that you move through. You want to be able to talk with your partner about it. You want to have the freedom so that they are a sail that catches your passion. This is very Saturn stuff, and also very Capricorn. So you're a passionate person. Capricorn, in the end, wants to be successful. It wants to shine in this case of Cancer rising, wants to shine in its relationship, wants to shine in its job. It wants to be a careful, calculated, meticulous person. And it's a little bit tough in the sign of Cancer. This Saturn is getting a little bit roughed up in this chart. It's getting harmed by the square to the sun, and it's getting an aspect from the moon, and it's getting a little bit of an aspect from its enemy, Mars. Sun, moon, and Mars are enemies to Saturn. So this Saturn is getting a little bit roughed up. It's important for you to be able to rest. Because Saturn is in the first house, you probably identify very strongly with the tough rigidness of Saturn. And it's good for you to, that's part of who you are, but it's also good for you to soften. To practice self-realization, practice meditation. Practice things that are going to allow you to calm your mind, reflect on yourself, and probably even do some psychological counseling. So you can see possibly a key for you might be anger. The sun is shaming a lot of things in your chart, Navu. I highly recommend, my friend, you would do very well with, I don't know you, so I don't know, I could be wrong, but as an astrologer, I would wink at you and say something that's going to be good for your relationships and your professional business career is perhaps anger management. If you have a lot of anger, if you don't know what to do with your passion, talk with somebody about it. Talk with a professional person, and it will really help you to deal with the feelings and emotions that you experience, which are probably hard for you to deal with sometimes. It'll get easier as time goes on, but you will also have more energy and more ambition when you're about 36 years old. So learn now how to deal with anger and passion so that you don't blow up your career and your relationships and the people around you. We didn't really get enough time to talk about the moon's nakshatra. I think next time I'll spend a bit more time doing that for the next reading. Let's see here. But you are Revati moon, if I'm not mistaken. You're probably right on the cusp of Revati. So that's worth keeping in mind. It's okay. I think I gave you I feel happy about how I zeroed in on your chart here. So, Navu, my friend. Cool. It's important. Awesome. Navu. Awesome. Well, Navu, thank you so much for being a volunteer with me today. Thank you for joining my email list. Let's give Navu a nice golfer's clap. Yes, very well done. Very well done, yes. It's been a pleasure doing this for you, Navu. If you ever want another reading or anything like that, feel free to stay in touch with me. And for everybody who's watching here, I love doing this work. I felt good about that one. We really clued in. Navu had a lot there. Really grateful to have such an session. It's a helpful session. I'm so glad to hear that, Navu. Now, for everybody who's interested, if anybody would ever want to do something like this with me and you don't get a chance to have a reading today, you can catch me at astrology@dustincormier.com. But Navu, you did a great job. Thank you for volunteering your chart. You've got a very illustrious chart with lots to point at. It's cool for us as people who are into consciousness and astrology to see a stellium like that in Aries and to talk about it. So thank you very much, my friend. It's been great doing this session with you. Now, for everybody watching, we're about to pick another chart. The time has come for chart number 2 today. So let's get started and let's begin to move forward with it. Now, I'm going to say this now. We've done our reading for Navu, and I'm very happy to have had Navu here with us today. Now, Lucas, nice to see you. For anybody who's here, if you're here, I'm happy to do the big 3 for you if I've already done readings for you. Oh, good, Emma. I'm glad that you heard that, my dear. Now, one of the main reasons that we are doing what we're doing today is because I'm promoting my email list. As you can see, that's dustincormier.com/subscribe. That allows you to join my email list. Now, if anybody would like to join the readings today, and if you'd like to have a free chart reading, which we're about to do more chart readings. I'm going to give everybody a moment, because there's going to be a time where I can't do this. I'm going to have too many people. It's going to be impossible to get this email list thing like I am now. So, for anyone who's joined and who is interested in getting a free reading today, right now, you have a chance. What you're going to want to do is join the few people who have already done so by going to my email list. And here's how you do it. You're going to go to Google. You're going to go to dustincormier.com, right? So let's go to google.ca. And then you're going to go to dustincormier.com. And you'll find Dustin Cormier Official is going to pop up for you. So you click on Dustin Cormier Official, and this screen will come up with me, a painting that my friend did of me. That is not AI, ladies and gentlemen. And you're going to go down, you're going to find something that says subscribe to my email list, where you can receive a free copy of my ebook Thread. I highly recommend you check that out as well. But you click here, it's going to bring you to this little page. And here it says you can subscribe to my email list in this little blue box below. So then you'll put in how to rock a campfire or whatever your email is. You hit subscribe, and then that way you are on my email list. And then I will see that you are on my email list in my Mailer Lite subscription contact list. We've had quite a few people joining today already. I'm very happy to see that. So, and we've already had some new folks joining in. Now, I can see the thing that I want to make sure of is that sometimes our YouTube names are different from our email. So I want to make sure that I have you on my list so that you can join in with us today. So if you have subscribed to my email list already, send me an email at astrology@dustincormier.com and say, hey, Dustin, I'm here, and this is my YouTube name. And if you do so, I'll be able to see you on my list. So all of you who are here, we had a few people who were here earlier. I'm sure many of you are still here. Let's do a roll call. When we began this reading today, we had Michaela, Navu, Tante Inalina, Aman Singh, Brutus Always, Eduardo, Vidalme, Robin Scott, Ariek, and Seeking the Truth. Now, how many of you are still here? Maybe just say here, hello, give me a little hand wave. Whatever you feel like doing. Let's do a roll call. Who is still here? Who's signed up to the email list and is interested in getting a reading today? We can see quite a few people are here. Sun Soul Tarot, my friend, and Lucas. Nice to see you guys. Now, I feel nice. Thanks, Vidalme. Now, I have the feeling that I have seen Lucas and Sun Soul Tarot. I know that you guys are subscribers on my YouTube channel. Cool. Now, and Emma Krellin. Nice to see you here as well. Now, everybody here I know has signed up And now I just had somebody else sign up. It's nice to have you. Lucky Ducky. Lucky Ducky is here somewhere, so it's nice to have you. Tanta Inalina, it's nice to have you as well. Now, Lucky Ducky, I'm just going to check to see that you are... Okay, Jay Shane. Okay. I've got to make sure I don't repeat people's names. I guess it probably doesn't matter, but... Lucky Ducky, nice to have you. Now, we have 3 people who I want to make sure... Lucas, I am just so sure that you are already on my email list. Let me check. Okay. I got to do these things these days, you know, just to make sure that I'm not leaving anybody out. Right now I'm checking my list for a few people to see who is on here. Now, Lucas, my friend, if you are interested in a reading today, do me a favor and join on my email list. I know that we've already had a few people joining already. It looks like we just got another one as well. Okay. Now, somebody named Haribal, sweet. It looks like somebody named Blue Zap is intending to be on a part of this. So what we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen, there's Blue Zap. Blue Zap and Shakti. Now, Blue Zap, my friend, as well as Lucas, and as well as Amma Krellin. What I want you guys to do is to join my email list by going to dustincormier.com/subscribe. There, I'm going to show it again because I want everybody to be able to participate today. What you're going to do is you're going to go to dustincormier.com, or you can go to dustincormier.com/subscribe, and it takes you to this page. But if you want to, you can go to dustincormier.com. You're going to come down to subscribe to my email list, and you'll see there's this blue button. You can click here, and it'll bring you to this little page. It says subscribe to my email list in the blue box below. Then you put in your email in here. You say ce n'est pas un robot, and then you hit subscribe. That way, that is how you join the list that allows you to get a free reading today. So that is what we're looking for here today, folks. Sweet. So Sally Shine. Let me make sure that I've got you on my email list here. I'm going to go like this. Sally, okay, sweet. So I got you, Blue Zap. Thank you very much for joining. Now I see that you are here. Awesome, folks. And I'm going to tell everybody I appreciate you very much for being a part of this with me. And it looks like my friend Miguel has officially joined the email list. Please include me on the list. Yeah, it looks like okay. I see. All right, Miguel, I got you, my friend. Cool. Thank you very much for joining. You're on the list. So, Miguel, we have Blue Zap, and I thank you for your patience here, folks. And we also have... Who else do we just get here? Good. It looks like... Oh, yes. And we have Lucky Duck. 26. Congratulations, everybody. You have joined. Now, it looks like somebody else has just joined as well. Now, if you have joined the subscribers list... Oh, there's Sun Soul Tarot. Nice to have you here as well. As well as somebody else. I subscribed as well. Amazing, Emma. Thank you very much. Now, Emma, let me know what your email is. Thanks, Lucas, buddy. Very happy to have you. And Michael I have you now. I think I should have included you originally, and I'm sorry that I didn't. So I Yeah, it's a little hard to wrangle this in, but very happy to have you. Subscribed as Manel. Okay, perfect. Amma, my dear, you are officially on the list. All right. That was that was amazing, folks. Now I should tell everybody, I'm very happy to have you guys being a part of this with me. The main reason we're doing this is because I'm going to be producing my own literature soon. I'm going to be making a handbook of Tropical Vedic Astrology, as well as doing poetry, as well as my own novels. And I'm not going to spam you guys. I'm not one of those types of guys, but having an email list allows me to have a community to be able to do this. Now, Annika, I wonder if you have joined already. It looks like you have. Okay, very good, Annika. So for Annika, we've got enough people here. You guys have all been patient. Let's do it now. The best way to give your birth data is to put it in the YouTube comments. So thank you for everybody here. Let's do it now. The time has come. Put in your birth data. I need your birth date. Please try to go month, day, year. I need your birthplace, and I need your birth time. Try to keep it all in one section. Feel free to do it now. If you're watching live, put in your birth time, and if you are on the list, then you have a chance to have a free chart reading today to get your big 3 read. Thank you, Michaela, for getting us started. And for everybody who's watching here and hanging out with us, we now have a chance for a reading today. Thank you, Sun Soul Tarot. Yes, now they are pouring in. Erike, Tanta Inalina, Amakrelin. Bring them all in, folks. Now is the time to do it. If you've been watching us, you now know that you are pitching in to have your birth time read. And it's very nice to have you guys all to be able to hang out and do this with me. I am a Tropical Vedic Astrologer, and I'm very happy to be sharing in this vessel of the education of consciousness and psychology. Thank you very much, Lucky Duck. Thank you, Bluezap and Shakti. Lucas, nice to have you here. Eduardo, Anna K. We have quite a few people hanging with us today. And it's very nice to see that all of you guys have been flowing with me, being a part of my community, and opening yourself to further communications by me, where you'll be able to hear of all the big things that are coming out in Dustin Cormier's personal, creative, and artistic world. So, reel it all in, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we have quite a few people here, and everybody here who has put in their birth time has gone with the flow and joined with the community. And I'm very happy to see this community growing as well. Thank you, Sun Soul Tarot. So, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for us to do another reading. We have all of our chips in place. Last call for alcohol. If anybody has joined the subscription, let me know if somebody's like halfway to joining and can't get it through yet, but it looks like we got everybody here. And it looks like we're in a place where we can move on with our next reading. So thank you, everybody, for putting your birth time in. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick a number. 37 served us pretty well last time. But I'm going to do another funky one. I always like doing 33. 3 times 3 is 9. 33 chinks in the spine. The Freemasons really like number 33. Not that I'm a Freemason, but they like that number for a reason. So I'm going to go with number 33. And as you guys all know, this is how we roll here. I'm going to I'm going to go from the bottom this time. I'm going to go from the bottom, and I'm going to move up and down the list until I land on the person who's getting the next free reading for the day. So I'm going to begin with Michael John Truax at the bottom, and I'm going to count up 33. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. I have landed on Michaela. Michaela from Dobrich, Bulgaria. Congratulations. You have been chosen, Michaela. Wah, 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 wah. The UFOs have spoken. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is correct. Our friend Michaela, who has been hanging out with us here today from the beginning of the episode, you have now been chosen, Michaela, for our Tropical Vedic Astrology Big 3 reading today. Thank you very much for everybody for being here, and we are going to do at least one more reading today. So thank you so much to everybody for inputting your birth time, and to Michaela for volunteering your birth time for this reading. Now, keep in mind, Michaela, it's worth noting, when we do these readings, I've got a lot of Scorpio in my chart. I like to go very deep, but you're in the captain's chair here. We only intend to go as deep with this reading as you are comfortable with. You are born in 2002, so you're a little bit younger. And that being the case, well, I'm still gonna, 2002. You're an adult. You can deal with the things that we go through when we do these astrology readings. That being said, our intention is not to drag anything out into the light of day that shouldn't be. So if we're talking about anything and you don't feel comfortable with it, just feel free to say so, or I don't want to talk about this. Totally okay, because you're in the power seat here, my dear. You are in the captain's chair. But most times it goes okay. The more open we can open our hearts, the better. But, again, our intention is not to bring anything out that doesn't want to be out there. Our intention is to be honest with ourselves and use this instrument of astrology as an instrument of self-reflection in order to understand our own consciousness better and to talk about consciousness and psychology in general for everybody here who's interested in this shared science. So thank you, Michaela. Now, I have your birth time here, and we are about to begin. What I think I'm going to do, I'm going to input your birth time, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom again. Yes, I am a Scorpio, ladies and gentlemen, and when I gotta pee, the whole universe is going to have to wait for me to go pee. Hello there, Crazy for the Cosmos. It's a pleasure to have you. Now, we've just chosen our next victim for our astrology reading today. So if you want to hang out for about another 40 minutes, you'll get another chance to be chosen to have a free reading today. So Michaela is, let's see, June, February, March, April, May, June 25th, 2002, at 1:20 in the morning. I believe Michaela is a female, but I could be wrong. Michaela, let me know if I am misreading your name or your gender. If you identify any way outside of female, feel free to let me know. And Bulgaria is your country. You were born somewhere called Dobrich. And there are a few of these, but they all look like they're pretty much the same area. Good. Michaela, June 25th, 2002, 1:20 in the morning, female, Bulgaria, Dobrich. Okay. We have an Aries rising. And it's interesting that the house cusps are Yeah, it's interesting. The house cusps, I'm going to say this before we start. The planets are in a sort of a bow tie, like, you know, those little pasta noodles that are in that bow tie shape. We've got 11th, 9th, 10th, 11th emphasis, and then we've got 3rd, 4th, 5th emphasis, and then nothing in the middle bow tie, which is interesting. And that's also where the house cusps are falling. There's an intense sort of bottleneck going on in this chart for that reason, which is interesting to see. It's cool when you get to talk about the shape of a chart. It's not too often that you get to. Now, it's also interesting, I see Mercury is being shamed by Saturn in the 3rd house. But it's in its own sign, and it's close to the rising sign, so it's got some yoga power, but it is ultimately definitely getting squashed there. The Sun and Mars and Jupiter. Yeah, Mars is having a bit of a tough time in this chart because it's debilitated and it's in the 4th house. The Moon prefers to be at the 4th house, and the Sun and Mars prefer to be in the 10th house. So there's a funny little switch in there that we're going to talk about. You're born 2002, that would be the year of the horse. The water horse. Is that right? Yeah, the water horse. Pluto and Ketu in Sagittarius in the 9th house. A very interesting chart. Good. Okay. So I'm going to, yeah, awesome. Thanks there, Ellen. Nice to have you. Yeah, let's do a bathroom break. Now, remember, folks, I'm going to go pee, and then I'm going to come back. We're going to put a timer on for 35 minutes, and we're going to do a reading for our friend Michaela here. And then we will have time for one last reading today on the subject of the Tropical Vedic Big Three. To this time with Michaela, I'm going to try to focus on the nakshatra moon more. We didn't do that enough with Navu, but that's okay. I think we did okay with Navu. Okay, pee break, and then we're going to be right back, folks. See you in a sec. Sweet. Greetings. Nice to see you, everybody. Thank you for your patience. It is now time to embark on our next reading for the day. And this is going to be for our friend Michaela. So Michaela, I hope that you enjoy this, and I hope that everybody here enjoys our diving into the passion that we have for astrology, psychology, and consciousness here on How to Rock Astrology. Now let's start digging into Michaela's chart, and I'm going to put the timer on for 35 minutes. Okay. Now, as we are continuing our journey here discussing the Tropical Vedic Big Three, remember the Tropical Vedic Big Three, it wasn't invented by Corey Dowds, but Corey Dowds here is the one who sort of brought up the idea of it. The original, the Big Three in Western astrology, we say the ascendant, the sun, and the moon. Here in Vedic astrology, Corey Dowds got the idea of what would the Big Three be in Vedic astrology, and he regarded it as being the Atmakaraka. It's the planet with the highest degrees in the chart of the first 7 planets: Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn, not including Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, not including the asteroids, not including the nodes. First 7 planets. Highest degrees in the chart, that's going to be our Atmakaraka. In the case of our friend Michaela, that would be Jupiter, it looks like. Jupiter is at 21.5 degrees of the sign of Cancer, where it's exalted. Nice. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, cool. So that's a nice happy chappy Jupiter there in the sign of its exaltation in the birth chart. So that's a real nice thing. So the next thing that we have Jupiter Atmakaraka. It's in the 4th house in this chart. It's exalted. It's with its friends, the Sun and Mars. Let's take a quick peek at what's going on with this Jupiter here. I want to know if it's combust. No combustion. Right, because the Sun is at about 3 degrees. And then Saturn and Jupiter are far enough away from the Sun that they're not combust. So that is a very nice, happy chappy thing for that Sun. For that Jupiter, rather. It's also nice that the Jupiter is opposite its friend, the Moon. The Moon has actually got some pretty good Shadbala in this chart. Saturn is one planet that is not the best in Shadbala, and the Sun is not the highest Shadbala either. But Mercury is the highest Shadbala planet, and the Moon is not too far away from it, even though the Moon's in the 10th house where it's not too happy. So that's nice. We have a good moon here. It's a full moon, like a completely, exactly full moon. And that's a nice thing about this moon. The moon is very happy when it's full. This is somebody who was born at night, and the moon was in the sky, and it was about as full as it can be. We are going to talk about how the moon is what's called Kamadrama, and it's a little dangerously close to Ketu. That's something that we can speak to in this chart for sure. But for the sake of it, this Jupiter is with its friends, the Sun and Mars. It's opposite its friend, the Moon. So it's getting all the aspects that it can get from friends. This is an OP Jupiter. And the Sun is also pretty OP. And so is Mars. Wow. So this is worth mentioning. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. So let me just say this quickly, what's going on in this chart. It's a pretty interesting thing. So remember, folks, the planets that rule the air and earth signs are in one team. And then the planets that rule the fire and water signs are kind of in another team. What rules earth and air? Right? So what rules Gemini and Virgo? Air and earth. It's Mercury. Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo, air and earth. What rules Libra and Taurus? That's air and earth. That would be Venus. And then what rules Capricorn and Aquarius? Earth and air. That's Saturn. So Saturn, Venus, and Mercury are kind of on one team. And then we have the other guys ruling the fire and water signs. Sun rules fire, Leo. Moon rules Cancer, water. Mars rules Aries and Scorpio. It's fire and water. And then Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces. It's fire and water. So Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter are on one team. Venus, Mercury, and Saturn are on another team. We have here a unique person who is particularly loaded on one of these teams and not so much on the other. When you look at what's called the Lajatadya Vashtas, what's happening is that the Sun and Mars and Jupiter are all conjunct, and they're opposite their friend the Moon. So the full moon is giving shining strength to all three of these very masculine planets. And it's a Lajatadya Vashta. So they're loaded in the Lajatadya Vashtas. Just for everybody's reference, a Lajatadya Vashta, it means that a planet that's a friend is giving an aspect, either by conjunction, by another aspect, by a trine usually, or with an opposition. And especially with a full, happy full moon, giving an aspect to these masculine planets, it's really showing that the deep, soulful, spiritual yearnings of this person are healthy and happy and well and attuned. The Moon and Mars rule from age 0. Moon rules from age 0 to 1, and then Mars rules from age 1 to 3. So there's a deep pocket of probably some deep peace for this person. This person was cradled by the universe in the earliest days of their lives. It's probably not till they got to age 3 to 12 that they started to feel some rocky turbulence. From 0 to 4 years old is Moon and Mars territory. Remember, from age 0 to 1, you're the moon. You're the inner child. You're a mouth, just looking for the breast. Get me away from the hard, sharp things. Give me the soft, good, nurturing things. Simple as that. To have a good moon, you'd be surprised how many people have a bad moon and don't understand that. They say, oh, I'll take some hard, sharp things. Sure, it doesn't matter because they don't have a good moon. A good moon person is like a baby that knows how and when to cry and say, I need help from the universe. Give me the good things. Take me away from the bad things. Very simple. That's what the moon is all about. And it adapts to learn how to do that. So having a nice, happy moon from age 0 to 1 means that you are protected from damning influences that can really, they go so deep with the moon when you see them in the natal chart. That's why people have psychological things sometimes with the moon, when there's problems with the moon, that like it'd be hard to even psychoanalyze them. Like you'd have to put them through hypnotherapy to see troubling problems and patterns with the moon because they run so deep. They're from age 0 to 1. You haven't even learned how to think about thinking yet. Then from age 1 to 3 is the age of Mars, the terrible twos. This is my candy bar. This is my body. These are my boundaries. I don't like this shirt. It's got something scratchy on it. I don't like this room. I don't like this color. I don't want that. I do want this. You know, you're walking around like a kid and you put your hand in the neighboring table's spaghetti and you grab it and they say, don't touch that spaghetti, and you're thrown into a shock. What do you mean I don't own the universe? I just came out of the cosmic zero. I am the universe. What do you mean I can't put my hand in the spaghetti? Don't touch. How you respond to these kinds of things with Mars is a very deep running. Mars is very important for some very basic human functional necessities in life. And, you know, your Mars is debilitated and it's in the 4th house. There's some significations that you might not have a strength of Mars, but you have planets that are supporting that Mars. So I don't fear for your Mars or your moon, and that's a very nice foundation to have inside of a chart. And these planets are all supporting each other, but especially by being opposite that moon. There is something to be said about the moon here. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. Let me just say this. The one thing going on with this moon, it's more of a yoga thing. So the basic moon is kind of okay and happy, but as time goes on, this person might feel a little awkward and perhaps a little bit sometimes emotionally crazy. The moon is set up that, especially being in the 10th house, that a lot of luck is going to go into career and you're going to shine in your career. But there is significations that the moon might feel a little awkward. The reason is because there's two reasons. One is that it's what's called Kamadrama. Kamadrama can technically happen for two reasons. Number one is that there's no planets in the second house from the moon or in the 12th house from the moon. When you don't have planets to the left or right of the moon, and that's of the classical 7 planets, Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. If none of those planets, those primary grahas, are in the 12th or the second house from the moon has nothing to grip on the left and right of it. It has nothing to make it feel familiar and comfortable. In the 12th house, it has nothing holding its mind solid because there's nothing in the 12th house. And there's nothing in the second house to have objects that pull you into essentially meeting people. So having neither planets in the 12th or the second can cause the moon to feel awkward and for it to be a little bit difficult to connect with people. As well, it's very close to Ketu. Moon's at 3 degrees of Capricorn. Ketu's at 17 degrees of Aquarius. It can make the person a little bit kind of nutty in a way. And I don't mean that necessarily in a bad way. You've got a moon that can get through it, but there is an emotional compulsion. You're probably very intense because Ketu is looking to liberate and to provide moksha to any planets that are close to it. Even having Ketu and Pluto that close to the moon kind of signifies that there's an interesting depth, a black hole that's sucking the moon in. It can make the moon feel frozen at times, make the moon feel like I can't do anything, I can't adapt in this moment. So keep this in mind, especially because the moon is such an important player for the Sun, Mars, and Jupiter. Cancer is the most loaded sign in this chart. So whatever's going on with the moon is going to say something about, it's a load-bearing wall. Overall, it's interesting that Chiron is there in Capricorn too with the moon. Now there's another layer to this. Remember, folks, I'm only doing a cold read here, so I'm kind of just going with what comes up in my brain. Now, there's another layer to what's happening with the moon that is interesting. I'm going to bring up my live chat here so you guys can see the chat. The next layer that we're going to talk about is going to relate to what we see here as our Tropical Vedic Big Three. We can see here, we've already talked about the Jupiter is the Atmakaraka. So you are a Jupiter person. It's probably even worth mentioning that as a Jupiter person, and you're an Aries rising, Jupiter rules the 9th house and the 12th house. Really very interesting, especially because, this is a huge, deep thing that we could talk about for this person, is that as an Aries rising, any planet that is going to be significant is doubly significant because Sagittarius is the natural 9th sign, and it's the 9th house for Aries. Pisces is the natural 12th sign, and it's the 12th house for Aries. So for an Aries rising, Jupiter is strong on the 9th and 12th house. We also have Ketu and Pluto, which are very important planets of psychological, psycho-spiritual evolution and liberation. This is a real Jupiterian 9th house person. With Ketu there in Sagittarius, it's very likely that Ketu and Pluto in Sagittarius. If I was giving you a reading, I would build up this narrative that you are Ketu in Sagittarius. You are somebody who probably in past lives have always been very interested in being a sort of magician, a person who performs, who climbs to some kind of height, walks on a tightrope, is a real intense sort of performing energy, and has lots of long-range visions of goals that you want to attain, lots of dreams, lots of, you see the forest, but in order to get through the forest, you have to go find an individual path in the trees. And that's what life is going to teach you to do once you get into your 30s through Rahu and through Mercury and through Gemini. You see, Sagittarius is the target, and the person shooting the bow wants to be able to hit that target down there. Now, when it comes to having Ketu and Rahu on the Sagittarius and Gemini axis, you've got this bow, and really, at some level, any bow is going to help do the trick for you to make you shoot that arrow down there, to hit that target. Now, with Ketu and Sagittarius, what kind of tends to happen is that you're trying to hit the 200-meter mark, and you're just picking up whatever bow is around you. You know, it's just bang. Okay, my parents are putting pressure on me to do well, so okay, I'm just gonna pick this thing up and show everybody. Look, I'm doing the thing, huh? Yeah, you see, I'm shooting these arrows, right? I'm trying real friggin' hard here to be successful. Look at the energy, look at the effort I'm putting in to be successful. And everyone's like, yeah, just try to actually hit the target. And then, you know, you're like, look at me shooting. Don't you see I'm shooting? You know, Gemini Ketu has the opposite problem. They're so focused on the bow, they're so focused on the technique that they don't have an arrow they don't have a target to shoot at. You probably have pressure from your family to do something special, to hit some kind of faraway target. And this pressure of doing something that's meaningful for your culture, for you through the 9th house, for your family, that might even bend and hold your culture together. You might have a religious family. You might be coming from a family of people who put pressure on you on a religious and cultural basis to shine for our family. And all of this doesn't help you to zero in on the forest, on the individual trees, on the bow and arrow itself. Which bow and arrow fits you? What job fits you? You know, your parents might put pressure on you to go and get married. Just go out and find anyone, just so we can have some children, we can progenerate and procreate and, you know, have a reason to give somebody our family wealth and our love to. And you're like, okay, I guess I've just got to find someone. Any old bow and arrow will do. But what you need to start learning is what bow and arrow works for me. You need to hear the twang, twang, twang. You're listening. Oh, this is a horsehair. Okay, interesting. Now let me try a nylon string. Doing, doing, doing. Oh, it's a little bit different. How does it feel on the bow? Okay, it's got a little bit more stretch and bend, right? If I push this much, this one's still a little bit too much for me. What else we got? Oh, we've got a palm string bow now. Dwang, dwang, and it's got a different sound, different feel. Gemini, with Rahu and Mercury and Gemini, you got to get a feel for your path. Not just feel the pressure of your parents to put you on a path. You got to get a feel for your instrument. A feel for your voice. You have to talk with people about what you want to do, not just what you want to do, but how you want to do it. How good do you want things to feel? Problem is from age 3 to 12, it's very likely that Saturn is shaming Mercury here. Mercury has strength in this chart. Otherwise, it's your strongest Shadbala planet. So this is, you know, I don't worry too much for your Mercury. But your Mercury is most certainly shamed in this chart. Mercury and Venus are both having a little bit of a tough time in this chart. And they are these planets of relationship, these planets of communication, these planets of learning what you are as a woman and how to communicate what you are as a woman to the men in your life, to people you want to be in relationship with. Mercury especially is about communicating. And there's a signification that communication, as well as the feelings of being valuable. You might have your parents and your culture putting a lot of pressure on you to go out and do things, but you might not feel deep inner value. And that's because Venus is starved by the sun, by being in the sign of Leo. It's a little bit dry. And the moon is also starving Venus. It's not agitating it. You know, your moon is happy. The moon combined with the Venus difficulty, the moon and Venus are both the feminine planets. So this might show that you might have a little bit of self-esteem when it comes to, can I make a man happy? I have my parents, I have my education, I have things I can do. But we can only do what we can do for so long. We want to be loved for what we are. If we're not loved for what we are, then we're going to exhaust ourselves. We're going to exhaust our lover. And it's like, when it comes to Venus and moon troubles, I often convey it the same way. I'm a Scorpio. Scorpio is where the moon is debilitated. So I say a lot of things like this. When it comes to moon and Venus, you're having these kind of troubles. Imagine like making love to somebody, like you're having sex with somebody and you're not enjoying it. You've been in this thing with this person where, the two of you are banging. You're not getting that much out of it. How long is that really going to last? You can put up with it for a long time. For whatever reason it is that you're doing this thing to traffic your body in order to be with this person for whatever it is that you're getting out of them. How long is it going to last? Eventually your body and your nervous system are just going to shed that thing and get you away from it until you find something that works. In the same way, the moon and Venus, your nervous system is not stupid. And your mind might not listen to your nervous system at first. When your body says, no, this is not going to work. But you feel awkward. You might feel, because the moon is Kamadrama and Venus is a little bit dry, you might feel like, I'm not going to make someone happy anyway. I'm awkward. I'm kind of weird. So I can use my body and I can use my money and my time. I can serve this person. I can do things for them. I can hold the space for them. And if they don't do good things for me, it's okay because I'm not that valuable anyway. How long is that going to last? That load has got to give. And it won't last forever. So you're better off instead learning that the divine ray of Venus and the divine ray of the moon is going to take you a lot farther than any cheap exchange that you can get with any man. You can get in, anybody can get in with a rich man or a rich woman who gives you all these things on the outside. But if you're not developing the inner divine ray of the planet within you, it's not going to last. Trust me. So be mindful of this. Be mindful of the importance of your value as a woman and your time, your precious soul time. And communication is going to be a part of that as well. So really, this idea of the Mercury, especially in your 30s, Rahu is going to come through and it's going to start pushing you to be happy with your path. But ultimately, where it's all aimed is this Ketu. You want to liberate yourself. When we have Ketu in any space, we have to deal with that space. It feels uncomfortable, but we have to liberate ourselves from it and get over it and learn to be happy with it. In this case, for you, it's learning to be happy in your family's culture, in your chosen path, in the path that the universe has carved for you in fate. That's all Sagittarius and ninth house stuff. Possibly even getting married. And you feel that out because not everybody needs to get married. But feel it out. So the reason I brought all this up is because not only do you have Ketu and Pluto in Sagittarius, but you are also Jupiter at Makaraka, which means feeling like you are in place with your culture through the ninth house, through Jupiter. Even finding gurus might be important for you. Finding men in your life, as well as important figures who provide a masculine energy and role as a role model. And not just men, but women too. People who are a role model for the person you want to be. It's tough. It's like having a big brother or a big sister, and they knock elbows with you and say, look, this is how you do it. It's like you go skateboarding with someone who's way better than you, or you do martial arts with someone who's way better than you, and they're having fun just pushing you around and kind of kicking your ass. You're like, oh my God, this is so embarrassing. This person is better than me at this thing, and it's humbling, and it's just like, how will I ever get to be as good as that person? And that feels like you're getting your ass kicked. The truth is that you're getting a shortcut to being in that thing that you want. This is what a proper guru relationship is a little bit like. It's dad energy. And your father is probably going to be an important figure for you. I don't know where you're at with your father in your life and in your reality. Everybody has different things going on with their dad. Hello there, Access. Nice to see you here. We're just doing a reading for my friend Michaela here. Now, Michaela, father energy, masculine energy, the feeling of a man, of not just a man, of your father will be your first resonator of this Jupiter guru energy, teaching you as a limb of himself to be good and to have joy and to have the best experience you can have in life. You might either be attached to that kind of energy because you had it, or you might be attached to it because you didn't have it. Either way, it's something you probably felt like you either got too much of or not enough of, or strangely both. With K2 and Pluto here, you can almost feel like you hated the father energy of having a guide, or, you know, there might have been this sweet tooth feeling that somebody is guiding my life. Somebody is telling me who I should be, what I should do, what's the big picture, what's the reason for life. This is all Jupiter, Sagittarius, 9th house stuff. And as time goes on, as you get older, you're going to need to learn to develop it yourself. Find it in your male partner in your life. Find it in whatever man that you seek to be with, and if you seek to be with a man. And find it in leaders, find it in teachers. You know, find someone like a martial arts teacher or a yoga guru. You know, this is very guru energy because of Jupiter in this way. What's nice is that Jupiter is very well supported for you. So you have things where people can see, because, you know, it's nice for a dad or a guru who has spent their whole lives developing this hard stuff, this hard skills, this wisdom. And now when somebody comes to them who's very open to it and wants to learn, it's like I have a gold ball and I give it to someone, and it's where I give it away for 10 gold balls worth of money. I have $1 and I give it to somebody and I get $10 worth of return. That's just a good return. And so any guru energy, any father energy is probably going to support you in being guided to be the best person you want to be and to be who you want to be. So, Michaela, you're asking if you want me to tell you something about your 20s in the past 2 years. I will. And what I want to say first, for the sake of it, is that your Jupiter Atmakaraka, you are Capricorn Swamsha, just like the last person that we did. That will make it a little bit tricky for you. Jupiter is debilitated in Capricorn. But because it's your Atmakaraka, there's still going to be goodness for you. But this is going to bring more difficulty, more abrasion with this guru issue. So keep your eyes and mind open to what it means to have guidance in your life. To feel like you are listening to somebody who knows how to guide where you're going in your life. This will always be an important issue for you. So keep that in mind. Now, you are currently in the Sun Mahadasha, just like I am. Yeah, your moon is in Purva Ashadha. Now, I would talk about Purva Ashadha, but I want to answer you, so I'm just going to answer you. You have asked, can you tell me something about my 20s in the past 2 years? Okay, interesting question. Now, as you guys might have heard me discussing before, we have the moon, we're in the age of the moon from 0 to 1 years old. Then we're in the age of Mars from 1 to 3 years old, the terrible twos. Then we're in the Mercury period from age 3 to age 12. Then we're in the Venus period of puberty. We hit puberty, we start coming into Venus. From age 12 to age 32 is when we're really emphasized on the blueberry pancakes, the shukra. We want to be reminded of the sweetness of life, of our sweetness, of how beautiful and how valuable we are intrinsically. The feeling that somebody loves us just for who we are, for how we are. That's very Venus. So throughout everybody's 20s, they're in the Venus period. And it's nice when you're in a Mahadasha that serves that. You want to be in a Mahadasha, ideally, when you're in your 20s, that relates to Venus. The best ones would be Mercury, Saturn, Rahu and Ketu would be okay, or the Venus period. For you, you are in your 20s, and you have been going through the Sun Mahadasha. You've been in the Sun Mahadasha since you were 18 years old in 2021. Now it is 2025, and pretty soon you're actually going to come into the Sun Ketu, but it's 2025. You're in the Sun Mahadasha. So I don't know if you know about the Mahadasha, Michaela. The Mahadasha is like an internal clock. It's this clock that we're all moving through. And when it's Sun o'clock, you're in a Mahadasha that is abrasive to Venus. That's true. That's true on the outset. But it's also true that you're in the Sun Mahadasha, and guess what? You have Venus in the sign of Leo. So there's a big indication here with Venus in the sign of Leo. You're in your 20s, which is the Venus period, and you're in the Sun Mahadasha. The indication here is that probably throughout your 20s, you're going to feel dry. You're going to feel like life is not giving you enough sweetness. There's not enough water. There's not enough sugar. There's not enough to make you feel valuable in your relationships. You might crave to deal with this feminine energy, while also the Sun is also an important time to deal with your overall life path in a lot of ways, to deal with your creativity. So that's probably the best thing to say about the last 2 years that you've probably been moving through, is you've probably been having this experience of moving through this important time of self-realization, realizing who are you, what are you meant to do in this world, and how does your love life relate to that? That's probably the best, very clear answer that I can give based on these particular things. Now, it's worth mentioning that the planet Saturn was going over your moon from about 2019. Yeah, probably about 27. No, it'd be like 2017 till about 2023. So from 2017 to 2023, you've been going through Sadhisati. That's a painful thing for the moon. So in those years, 2017 to 2023, probably would have been very difficult for you. But the universe at that time was giving you an open window to listen to your heart, to listen to the moon, to listen to the water that you seek to embody, to listen to your heart. From 2017 to 2023 was a very important time for listening to your heart. Now, Saturn has entered Pisces since 2023. It's in the 12th house. It's going to be entering your first house in 2026 of Aries. Saturn in the sky in transit. Which means that you've probably been letting go of this emotional reality, and now you can start to build on your life. You can start to build on your destiny. You can start to build on who you are. So that is a positive thing. And I hope that you can reflect on it that way, Michaela, that you're in a place where Saturn is going to start building on your body and your destiny and allowing you to start really moving where you want to go in your life. Yes, Aman Singh, you are still in the queue, my friend. And Faye, my dear, if you're interested in doing a reading, I'm almost going to be done pretty soon with the current one that we're doing. It's going to be another 5 minutes or so. And then I'll be able to tell you how to get in the queue for a reading for yourself. Now, Michaela, my dear, in terms of these last 2 years, everyone's going through lots in the sky right now. So you've probably been moving through some different things, especially because the eclipses have been happening in Pisces and Virgo. You don't have anything in Pisces and Virgo, but There's going to be eclipses. There's my alarm there. Michaela, there's going to be eclipses in the signs of Leo and Aquarius there's going to be eclipses in Leo and Aquarius starting in the middle of 2026. So those eclipses are going to really be significant for everybody because Pluto is in Aquarius right now. But it's going to be important for you, especially with that Venus here. The eclipses that happen in Leo in 2026, 2027, and 2028 are really going to give you a deep, throbbing sweet tooth to learn about yourself, your power as a goddess, as a woman, what you mean to the men in your life, and why is it that you feel so dry? Why can relationships be difficult for you? And this is an important theme for you. Especially because, the theme of the 9th house of connecting with people is relevant in this chart. It's also because so many planets are inside of Cancer in the 4th house. It signifies that the personal happiness you have in your emotional reality is going to be important in your life. So keep these things in mind about relationships. I hope that gives you some answers. How long will you feel dry in love? There will be a big relief from this feeling of learning this dryness in love. You might always need to learn a little bit about this. And that's why I'm pointing it out to you, Michaela, that if you do feel dry in love, if you feel that way, know that it is a karma that you might be moving through related to things that were set up in your early childhood life, and that it might not come to you easily unless you pay attention to it. This is what we talk about with astrology, is that nothing is final. That's why me as an astrologer, because you're a woman, I recommend you perhaps learn about what it is to be a woman through things like Tantra. Remember, Tantra is not just all about sexiness. Tantra is all about what is my intrinsic good qualities that I have as a woman, which men will seek after and which they will lack. What will men do which will cause me to feel even worse about myself? Because men will do that, because we're very different creatures. We're very different species. The ideal thing is when a man and woman are both confident in their own gender, confident in their own god and goddess energy, that they can share the best of themselves with the other person. And you thought Leo in 5th house is helping in self-worth. Well, Leo rules the 5th house. But because you have Venus there, Venus actually gives a little bit of a positive thing to Leo in that 5th house, which does bring self-worth. But it's sort of a masculine self-worth. It's a self-worth in like your career and in being a woman and being a wife. But the woman's true power comes from listening to their own body, listening to the magic of their voice, of their soul desires. And you might, because the Venus is in Leo, you might think, what can I give to this man? What can I do for this man or this marriage or this job that's going to make them happy? And you're not thinking about what makes you happy. That's the trick. That's the ugly thing about Venus and Leo. And that's what I'm saying, is that I'm trying to wink at you and to get you to do some self-reflection. Your Venus is going to help Leo, but Leo is drying Venus out. So try to think about relationship hygiene. Try to think about what I am as a woman and what makes my happiness, my personal soul happiness. What's important to me? What should I look for what should I manifest and radiate in my relationships with men? Right? These are the things that I would recommend you digest, especially when it regards your Venus. Now, the final thing we'll say is that because the moon is in Purva Ashada, there's an even, it's interesting. The moon is in Capricorn. It has its positives and its negatives. And Jupiter is the Atmakaraka, is in the sign of Capricorn in the Navamsha. That's what we call the Swamsha. So this Capricorn theme of learning to be mature, using your senses, strategizing, what can make me the best person so that I can be materially happy in my job, in my marriage, in my home. Capricorn looks at everything all together. So it might do you well to do some self-reflection and think about, what do I need to be personally happy in my relationships? And self-reflection is the key point that I would say in this chart. That is something that I think is going to be very good for you to digest. I think that you'll get a lot out of it. And you won't be dry in love forever if you practice self-reflection and you ask yourself, if that is the case that you feel dry in this way, what has caused me in my childhood to feel that way? The moon feeling crazy in the upper chart. How can you balance that? Yeah, so that's because it is Kemadrama. It's close to Ketu. And it doesn't have anything in its 12th or second house. Again, it's this sort of, I've been saying the same thing because Venus and the moon are connected. Self-reflection, meditation would even be good for you too, especially because you're a Jupiter Atmakaraka person. You probably have strength in self-reflection. It's probably good for you to meditate, to practice things where you breathe, you let your energy flow through your spine. And instead of letting your brain go when you're worried about something, when you're worried about yourself, if you can breathe and be present with yourself, you can ameliorate all the bad behaviors that make you feel dry, that make your brain go away. Bring those energies back inside yourself with self-reflection and with learning about Tantra things that are about women and goddess energy, that make you feel powerful as a woman. That will help the moon. You might still always feel a little bit crazy with your moon. Like that passion, that erratic energy, that feeling like I'm awkward and it's difficult for me to relate to people. You might always feel a little bit about that. But it's okay if you feel that way. Lots of people feel lots of things inside. But what you want to do is practice meditation and learn how to control your behavior so that the things that happen inside of you, you can balance it out while you make connections in mature relationships with people that matter to you. Because lots of people in mature relationships have their brains going brrr on the inside, but it doesn't matter because they love each other, they communicate, and they get through it. And you can do that. But you need to communicate, and more importantly, you need to practice self-reflection and contemplation and meditation. Learn to balance your breathing in a rhythm whenever you get agitated. I hope that's helpful to you, Michaela. It's funny, there's always so much that I can say in a reading, but I feel like, that's good for the moment. Plus, we've got to move on to one more reader, Michaela. So let me know if that went okay for you. And Michaela, if you're ever interested in anything else that I can talk with you about, or if anybody is, you can contact me at astrology@dustincormier.com. Amazing, Michaela. I'm so glad that this was insightful for you. I think life's going to get better for you now that it's going to be a little tricky, and there's going to be pressure on you, Michaela, when Saturn comes into the sign of Aries, because that's your first house, but it's a good pressure. And your Saturn is doing okay in your chart. So go with the flow. Saturn's moving away from your moon now. There should be a little bit of a rest and a feeling that your destiny is guiding you where it's supposed to guide you. When Saturn comes into Aries in your first house, there's pressure, but with that pressure comes a paintbrush. And now the paint is wet, and you can make the reality that you want to make. So don't forget to spend time reflecting and self-realization. So thank you, Michaela. Let's give Michaela a nice golfer's clap. Yes. Very well done. Very well done. And thank you, everybody, for watching with us, because we have one more reading to go. And we have plenty of viewers who are hanging out with us today. So thank you, Michaela. Thank you so much for sharing your chart with us and for listening and for giving me some feedback. It's always nice when I'm doing astrology and someone's asking me questions and engaging with me, because that's how I know that I'm not just throwing darts in the dark. So thank you, Michaela, for being here with me and letting me know what you're going through and the specific questions that you have. You know, not everybody needs to do that, but it's different energy. And I applaud you for it. So everybody, we have one more reading to go. We have 20 viewers with us at the present time. Let us now put in the motions to have our final reading for the day. If you're watching now, awesome, Michaela. Remember that we're practicing Tropical Vedic, right? So this is Vedic that we did here using tropical measurements. And I'm very happy that you got to see a glimpse of it today. So let's start to move forward with our final reading, everybody. Now, if you've been watching, we have been doing these readings today, everybody. And everyone who has gotten a reading has they have put their name in to be subscribed to my channel. So if you're just watching now, we're about to pick a free reading, and you have a chance to have your chart read for free. In order to do so, we're going to do a roll call. I want to know who is here who has signed up to my subscription. Because remember, everybody, we're doing these free readings in order to promote my email list, dustincormier.com/subscribe. So if you're curious and you want to get a reading today, I know Aman Singh, my friend, lots of people want to get a reading, so we have to make sure that we're fair and we give everybody a chance to have the reading. So now, everybody who's interested in reading, what I would like you to do, we're going to go through the process again just in case anybody hasn't done it yet. If you're watching live, hello there, Rose, nice to see you. If you're watching live, here is how you get a chance to get a free reading today about your Tropical Vedic Big 3. What you're going to do is you're going to go onto google.com or whatever, and you're going to go dustincormier.com, basically. And this will bring you to my website. And this is Dustin Cormier Official, dustincormier.com. Now, what you're going to scroll down, you're going to see this picture of me painted by my friend. Yes, that is not AI. I love saying that. And you're going to find something that says subscribe to my email list. You're going to click here, and it's going to bring you to another page. And this page says subscribe to my email list in the blue box below. You'll get a free copy of my ebook, and you'll stay up to date with new videos, books, courses, promotions, and other upcoming works. So then you put in your email, you say, ce n'est pas un robot, I am not a robot, and then you press subscribe. And by doing so, you will be added to my email list. Thanks, Lucky Duck, and thank you, Tanta Inalina. So if you're interested in getting a reading today, you have to kind of jump through these hoops, because remember, I love to do this stuff, and I love to share this astrology. It's a Saturn, it's a karma thing for me. I'm helping the world, and I'm using my talent to help to give people this self-reflection that I love to do for myself and to share. I love to do it on my channel, but as time goes on, Saturn, Mahashani Saturn, has been teaching me that it's good for me to also ensure that I am embodying a reciprocation of love for myself. When I'm giving this love out to other people with astrology, I'm learning that it's also good to do it through my self-love. And so that's why I've been doing this promotion of my email list. It's a way for me to also make sure that my energy is being loved and being accounted for. I don't know if that sounds silly or hard or whatever, but this is how I'm thinking of it in my brain. And this is why I've been promoting my email list. Because when you join my email list, it's good for me to be developing this community. And when you join my email list, I like to say, like, I'm not going to spam you, but I'm going to be writing some books in the coming future, probably over the next 4 years. I've got an astrology handbook coming out, as well as poetry and a novel that I'm going to be putting out there for myself. So when I do so, nice, thanks, Eduardo. When I do so, if you're on my email list, you're going to be able to see when these books and these publications come out. And you're going to be able to hear about them. And I'm going to be doing things like promotions. I'm going to be signing copies of my books. I'm going to be doing bundles. I'm going to be doing stuff like this where I'm going to do little contests to get the books out there. And you'll be hearing about them through that subscription. So, thanks, Sun Soul Tarot. Now, Rose, I'm sure that you probably have, I feel like you have subscribed, but what you can do, Rose, and anybody else who's watching, if you want to get your chart read, what you do is subscribe by going to dustincormier.com/subscribe. And if you already have, then send me an email by simply going to astrology@dustincormier.com. Send me an email there. And if you already have, like Michael, you already have Eduardo, Aman Singh, Lucky Duck, Tanti Alina, Bluesap and Shakti, Sun Soul Tarot, Michaela, Erike. I know all you guys are here, and you guys have already signed up, and you've already shown yourselves in this email. Now, for anybody who hasn't joined yet, hey there, Faye. Nice to see you. So, Faye, if you've been listening, just in case you haven't been listening, or, well, I know you've been here and you've been listening, but just so you know what's going on. We're getting people to join my email list here. And if you've joined, let me know. You can either put your email. I don't think YouTube allows you to put your email. So send me an email at astrology@dustincormier.com. That way I'll know that you've said, oh, Faye, actually I've got you, Faye, so you don't have to worry. And I can also see Ellen. Awesome, Rose. Thank you very kindly. So somebody named Ellen was here earlier, and I now see that they have joined as well. So Ellen, if you're still here, feel free to make yourself known. You can say, hello, I'm here. Yep, Emma Krellin, I've got you as well. So, awesome, Faye. And there's Crazy for the Cosmos. I have you as well, Ellen. So now, everybody, let's do it now. I think we have enough people. I got you, Ellen, and I can see that I've got your email, and you are on the list, my friend. So it looks like we got enough people, folks. Let's do the thing. Let's pick our final reading for the day. You guys have all been great. Thank you for running through the hoops that I put you through. That lets me know that you guys are here with me and having fun and are engaged in this thing that we're doing together. And I love that. It's, I could do this myself and just go out there, and I've been doing it for a long time. But now I'm getting people who are in a community, and it feels great. I think for Christmas, by the way, everybody, I think we're just going to do a free live reading, and I'm going to try to make it so that you don't need to subscribe in this way. I'm just going to make it open to everybody. So keep your eyes peeled for Christmas. There's going to be more of these live readings. And we're going to do, we're going to make sure lots of people... It takes a long time for me to do the subscription thing. For Christmas, we're going to do a free one, and we're going to make it available to as many people as possible. That being said, everybody, now let's do the roll call. Put your birth time in now. Now is the time. Send that ducat right here. Put in your birth time, birth date, birthplace, and throw it inside here in the YouTube chat box. Now is the time We all now have a chance, just like Faye has. Faye, I've got yours in here already. Now is a time for you to have a chance to have your chart read by me right here and now. And this will be our final reading for the day. So hold on to your butts. Make sure you get it all in there now. This is our chance for this reading. Now, Aman Singh, I know that you've already put your name and stuff in here, but you got to put your name, you got to put your birth information in the roll call now. Now is the time to do it. For everybody who is interested in joining. There you go, Aman Singh. Thanks, buddy. Okay, Eduardo, good. Now, my friend Digital Dogs here, I can see your name in here. I'm not sure, Digital Dogs, if you have joined yet. Yes, that's correct, Lucky Duck. You do have to do it a second time. We have to do it every time because this is the list. This is the list that we're using here. Now, Digital Dogs, my friend, you are somebody, I'm not sure if I have your email in my list. If you like, I can take a moment. We've got our big list here for Digital Dogs. If you want to be a part of this reading, I'm getting people to join my email list. So you go to dustincormier.com/subscribe. You go in there, and what you're going to want to do is basically you can either come to my channel, dustincormier.com, and if you go to dustincormier.com/subscribe, you'll find this page. Then what you do is you put your email in, you say ce n'est pas un robot, then you hit subscribe, and then you're going to have your name in my email list. Nice, Lucas. Nice, Rose. Nice to have you guys. Now, Rose, my dear, let's see. Do I have you? Oh, yeah, I got Rose. I wonder if I had you before. It looks like I didn't, so that's okay. Okay, Rose, I have you now, my friend. So we got a big list happening here, folks. Okay, so Digital Dogs, if you want to do that as soon as you can, that way I'm going to need you to do it before we do this. So throw your name in there, and I will see that you've joined in the subscription as soon as you have subscribed. Now, I don't want to leave Digital Dogs out of this, but it looks like we're all here. We've got everybody. Ariel, Faye, Michael, John Truax. Nice to see you here, buddy. Aman Singh, Eduardo, Lucky Duck. Yeah, we got the whole crew here. And it's nice to see so many people who are here interested in astrology. In Tropical Vedic Astrology, no less. So, Digital Dogs, I'm taking a moment to wait to make sure that you get your email in there, because I don't want to leave you out. So let me know, Digital Dogs. Do you want to put in your email into the subscription now? And should we be waiting for you? Because this is our last reading of the day. And I don't want to leave you out, but I want to make sure we're communicating properly here. I don't want to keep everybody waiting too long. That's all. So let me know, Digital Dogs. Are you looking to subscribe right now in order to have a chance at a reading? Or not? I'm not to pressure you or anything like that, but at least if I know you're not doing it right now, then I can do everybody else here. Okay, no problem, my friend. Thank you for communicating. Next time we do this, we'll go through this process again, and you'll be able to have a chance. And like I said, people, on Christmas, we're going to do readings without this whole rigmarole. No worries, Digital Dogs. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for being a part of this and being here with us. Okay, folks, now is the time, the choice, the time has come. Yes, Rose, my dear, I did get your email, and thank you for sending it. Or, well, yeah, you've sent the email, gotcha, because I did get your name in my subscription list. So we got a lot of people here, folks. Faye, you're in. Everybody's in. Is everybody in? Now I'm going to pick another number. Now is the time. Speak now or forever hold your feet. 33 was good last time. We got a lot of people here, so I've been liking these 30s numbers. It makes sense. Let's do 35. I'm feeling good about 35. So I've picked this number. Now I'm going to go through the list of all the people who have put in their birth time. This time I'm going to go from the top and go down. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, blah, 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 all the way through. And the person that I land on is going to be the person who gets the final reading for today. So, we're beginning at Blue Zap and Shakti. I'm going to count to 35. Let's see how it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. I have landed on Faye. Yep. Okay, very good. Faye, my friend. Hey there, David. Nice to see you, buddy. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Faye, you lucky duck. Well, lucky duck is the true lucky duck here, but Faye, you have been chosen. Bless you, David. Thanks for being here and being a part of our community. Faye 3332 from Dallas, Texas, or at least born in Dallas, Texas. Congratulations. You have been chosen. Nice. Cool, Faye. I wonder if you've been doing this for a long time with me on my channel. So, thank you to everybody who's been a part of these readings. And it looks like I probably just got an email from somebody. Oh, cool. I got Digital Dog. Very nice to have you, Digital Dog, if you're still hanging out and watching with us here. And thank you to everybody for who's been here with us. Now, if you, of course, feel free to hang out. We got one last reading here, but this is the last reading of the day. So stay tuned. We're going to do our next reading. It will be around Christmas time for everybody watching. It looks like Thursday, December 11th is going to be our next Thursday reading. And I'm thinking that I might do another Saturday one because I'm going to be in Christmas land during actual Christmas. So I don't know if I'll do a live stream on December 28th or December 27th. I'm thinking about it. I'm going to have to work that out. Cool. Nice seeing you, Ellen. Thank you for being a part of our hangout today, and I'm sure I'll see you again at some point in this universe. But for those interested, we are definitely doing another reading on December 11th, Thursday, December 11th. Now, I really like doing things on Saturdays, so I might do December 13th as well. If not, then I'll do it on like December 27th. It'll be right after Christmas. That might be nice. Let's feel it out, folks. But December 11th for sure, Thursday. So I'll see you guys then if you get to be there on Thursday. I'm trying to make it so I do a Thursday and a Saturday at least once in the month. That way, people who can do it during the week get this Thursday, and then people who are only available on the weekend get to do a Saturday one as well. So thanks, everybody. I'll see you then. Now, thank you for your patience, Faye. Faye says, hell yeah, finally. So it's finally time to let Faye go for a rip. So, Faye, remember, this is an astrology reading on a public forum. Feel free to talk to me, to let me know what you're feeling about what we're talking about, what we're going through. If anything doesn't feel right, doesn't feel good, or you don't want to talk about anything in particular, feel free to let me know. That feedback is very helpful. That being said, when we go through, the intention here is for us to use astrology as an instrument of self-reflection. And having you be a part of that, it means that it's good for you to look within, be open to the information that's being given to you. But ultimately, you're in the captain's seat here, my dear. So let me know, what do you want to talk about? But we are going to focus it today on the Tropical Vedic Big Three, right? Atmakarika, Swamsha, and the moon's nakshatra. I think I'm going to I might start with the moon's nakshatra today because it tends to get swallowed up by the rest of the astrology stuff that I do. So that'll be the first thing we talk about in this session. But Faye, we're going to do that. I'm going to put in your birth time, and then we're going to do a bathroom break. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm a Scorpio, and when Scorpio has to pee, everyone else can wait. Okay, now Faye, I'm just going to ask you to be sure. I'm sure that you've probably got this right, but I'm still going to ask. Did you put this so it goes month, day, year, meaning that you're born in May 3rd, 1994? Or do you mean that you're born in March 5th? It looks like you're born in May 3rd. So, Faye, do me a favor and let me know the specifics on that. I want to be sure that you're born in May 3rd. May 3rd, 1994, the year of the dog. Oh, good. Awesome, Faye. Month, day, year. Wonderful. So that is May 3rd, 1994 at 3:12 a.m. 3:12. Nice and specific. I like that. In Dallas, Texas. Dallas. Lots of Dallases in the States, I guess. Dallas, Texas. Okay. 3:15, May 3rd, 1994. Good. Okay. I love a Virgo rising. Yeah, you're 1994, so you got Saturn and Pisces. Can you guys see me here? Yeah. Ketu, Moon, and Sun in Taurus. That Mercury is not only combust, but it's also shamed by the Sun. Jupiter, Rahu, Pluto in the sign of Scorpio. That's a pretty happy Jupiter, actually. Yeah. Jupiter's chill in this chart. Pretty good shadball overall. Everything is pretty happy-chappy. Nothing's really getting swallowed under. An especially strong, prominent Mars. But the Sun is very strong in this chart, and that's a nice thing. Venus is in the 10th house in Gemini. That's nice. Let's see. Bhavchalita cusps. Oh, wow. So your Venus is right on the midheaven, which is a nice thing. Any planet that's close to the midheaven tends to be forced to work out a lot of karma. Whoa. Oh, looks like we might have something wrong here. Okay. Thank you, Faye. Holy shit. See, this is why we check. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not perfect, I must admit. I've inputted your data wrong. I just realized that you were at 3:12 a.m. and I put you as 3:12 p.m. Sorry about that, Faye. I'm glad that I didn't go too far into that reading before I realized. My dumbass. I do have you as an Aquarius rising. And I love me an Aquarius rising. I don't mean to just say as if I say that every time. Virgo rising and Aquarius rising, I love both of them because I've got important stuff there. Aquarius rising is my second house. And you got the moon there in Dhanishta. I also love me some Dhanishta moon. So let me check here. The moon is... Yeah, it's Dhanishta for sure. Dhanishta is a great place for the moon. And we're going to talk about that. I just actually, if you're interested, let me just say this. I got to go pee. I still got to put a timer on. Ellen's another Aquarius rising. I love Aquarius rising because I'm a Leo rising. And my Saturn is in Aquarius. So my 7th Lord is in my 7th house. So I love Aquarius, anything. Now, for your sake, Faye, I just put out a video on Dhanishta, the Nakshatra Sutra of Dhanishta. You can learn all about it. You can learn a little bit about yourself. And I'm going to be doing videos that, for your interest, if you see it on my channel, Faye, and you see something that says Dhanishta Native, Dhanishta Nakshatra Native, it's going to be coming out within like a week or two or whatever. You should find some useful information there about what we're going to talk about today, with you being a Dhanishta moon. It's perfect that you're Dhanishta because I just did a whole ass video about it. It's a happy place for the moon, and I'm happy to discuss it. Now I'm just doing a little bit of plugging in for myself. Yes, Sun, Moon, K2. Sun is still combusting Mercury, and Mercury is shamed by the Sun and K2. And now the Shadbala would have changed here now. Yes. Okay, now Mars is the best and strongest planet in the Shadbala. Wow, funny how the Sun can change just like that. Yeah, Mars is the real loud planet in this chart. Mercury's having a bit of a harder time. Now, is there any exchanges going on? Mars is in Aries in its own sign. That's nice. Yes, there is an exchange here. Venus and Mercury are in a 4th and 5th house exchange. That's an interesting thing that we're going to talk about. But first, we're going to talk about Dhanishta moon before anything, because I have not been giving the nakshatras their due here as a Vedic astrologer. That's not how I should roll. Okay, folks. Started looking at all the lunar mansions for your placements. I'm very happy to share, Faye. Okay, you're gonna be happy to hear about Dhanishta. Let's do a bathroom break. I'm gonna go pee because I'm a Scorpio and I said so. And when I come back, we are going to finish and begin Faye's chart reading. So I'll see you guys in just a second. Heard your Mars and considered your chart ruler. Let me see. Hello, everybody. It is nice to see you all. I'm going to get my chat up here so the chat can be seen. And it's only going to take me 10,000 years. And I think I'm also going to have snack, a tiny wee bite of this chocolate bar. Oh, Henry's not my usual thing. Somebody got me this like peanut butter Oh Henry bar. You're a chart ruler. The only reason I could see that Mars would be considered your chart ruler is because it's your strongest Shadbala planet. It's pretty happy in Shadbala. It's your loudest planet. You have Mars coming out of your ears, my dear. It's in the 3rd house, which is a very natural Mars house. It's in its own sign of Aries. It's in the middle, which means it's Yuva. It's a strong Mars. That's a spanking Mars. Doesn't have any damage from enemies. This is a spanking Mars for sure. Yeah, it's in Leo, but I wouldn't call it necessarily your chart ruler per se. I guess it depends. Certain traditions are going to put a different emphasis on things. Something that is cool. Excuse me for. I needed to chocolate. Chocolate. One thing that's nice is that you are, of course, Scorpio rising. Sorry, not Scorpio rising. Pluto in Scorpio. And Rahu and Jupiter in Scorpio. And that's going to, the fact that you got a happy chappy Mars makes that it's a very good thing. You got powerful stuff written in your career karma. I think that you're going to be a very powerful career person. I can just see that right off the bat. Clear as dang diddly old day. Now, I'm going to stop screwing around here, and I'm going to actually start the timer. The sun, I might be using the wrong term. Precedes the sun. Yeah, there's some technique that you're referring to, Faye, that I'm either entirely unaware of, or that I'm just not well versed enough to know quite what you're talking. I've heard of preceding, but I've heard that in a different way, like the planets that lead. For example, the planet that's like close to the rising sign, like your moon would technically be the leading planet. I digress. It's not the technique you're referring to is not one I know about. But let's get started here, folks. Harman, my friend, I think that I appreciate you putting in for your time. We're currently doing a reading for somebody now already, and it's the final reading of the day. So Harman, if you're interested for a reading, or to stay connected so that you can see when there's more of these videos coming out, you can subscribe to my email list. As well, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel. If you subscribe to my YouTube channel, you'll hear when there's more of these free readings happening. Now, I'm going to begin the timer. The clock has started, ladies and gentlemen. Wah, wah, wah. 35 minutes on the clock. Okay. The first thing I'd like to do in this chart, it's worth us doing. I can go so crazy with tropical zodiac astrology. The nakshatras are a very important dimension of Vedic astrology. And I don't do anybody any services by not mentioning it, by not making it a key part of these readings. I should be doing it more. Sometimes I get caught up. I was going to do it with the last reading with Michaela, but Michaela was talking with me about what I was talking about, and that was good of her to do that. So now I want to go from the beginning and talk about Dhanishta moon, especially because our friend Erike is also a Dhanishta. Happy place for the moon. Now, let's keep in mind, it is true that there's no nakshatras that are better than another. When we talk about being a Dhanishta native or any nakshatra native, what we're referring to is somebody who has the moon or the rising sign cusp, or just a collection of planets there in that nakshatra. The moon is the main one. So with the moon, different planets are going to do better or worse in different nakshatras. The moon is happy in Dhanishta. Dhanishta's whole thing, so it's worth us saying, Dhana means wealth, fame, prosperity. The original name for this nakshatra is Shravista. Dhanishta, Shravishta. Ishta means a thing that people love. Ishta is like a good thing. It's an emphasized thing. And Shrava is something people like to talk about. Let's give them something to talk about. That's Shravishta. That is that song. Let's give them something to talk about. Like, let's give all these people something to talk about. It's a cool tune. But something to talk about is something that is everyone is always going to universally understand this thing, whatever it is, as being a tangible good. Dhanishta rules the tattvas. That's really the vasus, the 8 material elements of the cosmos. And it's the material elements of the cosmos that are always eternally beautiful. Beautiful, useful. And so Dhanishta natives have a sense for people, objects, ideas that are tangibly, universally useful and can create wealth, can create prosperity, can create reputation that people love to talk about. The example I gave when I was doing my Dhanishta video is like, think of something like Rock'em Sock'em robots. You know, those things, you got your thumbs, you're going, the thing goes, and you got to time it right. It's just like boxing. You got to time it right so that you hit the other guy's robot and his head explodes. And that's this thing that somebody had this idea. Well, just use your thumbs and you're doing a boxing match with this other person. And it was an idea that somebody had. And it got created, and when Dhanishta, when the essence of, I don't know if the person who made it had a Dhanishta moon, but Dhanishta operates through anything that gets renowned. And so the idea was there, but they had to get the resources, they had to get the plastic, the manufacturing plant, they had to talk to the people who would create the little molds for all the little pieces of plastic, they had to get the media involved and tell everybody, I'm connected to Hasbro toys, and I need everybody to know that we're coming out with this new toy that's going to be a huge deal, doing it at the right time, knowing when to do it around Christmas, Black Friday sale. And whenever that toy came out, everything that needed to be done in order for this idea, which was a good idea that someone is going to buy, that people are going to find universally good. The idea was there, and the resources and path to make this idea become a big thing were all lined up by the intelligent person putting that shit together. Again, maybe they had Dhanishta moon, I don't know. But the point is that this is how Dhanishta thinks. What are all the fixins? What are all the things necessary? All the elements needed to make something worth talking about, that's going to spin around, that's going to make people know about it. And that is the essence of Dhanishta. Dhana is wealth. Ishta is very. It's loved. So Dhanishta, which is just Dhanishta, is the nakshatra that produces wealth, renown, and fame. Its symbol is a drum. Bup, 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 bup. And so these people tend to be musical. They tend to be beautiful. Dhanisha nakshatra wants to be and produce objects, which we call vasunam, that are famous Shravishta, due to being excellent, desirable, and attractive. So they want these to be and to produce objects that are due to being excellent, desirable, and attractive. Doing so requires bhuti. These are tangible material resources, raw assets, and fundamental talents. The ability to transmute these raw materials into beauty, prosperity, fame, and wealth is the special talent of this nakshatra. And this can include, this could be somebody who's a producer for a band, who knows how to take the raw essence of this band. Take a band like System of a Down or like the Red Hot Chili Peppers. These grungy guys doing a bunch of drugs, and they're fucking degenerates. But they're making this music that is beautiful. But they need an audience. They need somebody who can take this raw fucking scratchy thing that they do with their band and say, okay, boys, we need to make this commercially productive. Still keep your heartbeat there, but we need to make it so that it's going to get out to the mainstream while still being unique in the special way that you guys will do, that you guys have that nobody else has. This is Dhanishta stuff. So it's desirable and welcome wherever beauty, desirability, fame, and financial success is desired. Planets connected with prosperity and wealth, like Venus, Jupiter, Moon, Mercury, and sometimes Rahu, tend to bring out this positive side of Dhanishta. When it functions well, it indicates fame, especially with the moon, and beauty, especially with the moon, as well as artistic talents. The moon is there too. It's particularly well known for talent in dance. And this is, again, especially when the moon is involved. Dhanishta moon gals tend to be dancers, and they love to dance. They love to get their body out there looking beautiful, because dancing is such a condensation of all of these things. You want to look your best, and you want to dance, and you want the dance to flow with the material that you're using. All the material elements involved in a dance is part of the whole spell that Dhanishta loves to do. So Dhanishta moon is special for all these reasons. Now, the moon in this chart is in the ascendant. We have Aquarius rising. And I wonder if the ascendant is also in Dhanishta. Let's check that out. Yeah, technically, it looks like Dhanishta is also the ascendant as well as the moon. So you're probably beautiful, and you've probably got this beauty. You've probably got this ability to be materialistic in a intelligent way. Big fan of music, slowly opening up to the idea of being a producer and creative director for music groups. You love to dance, and have always danced and just started. So you've always danced. You probably you're probably typing out what you're going to say. But maybe you've just started really getting into dance. I think dance is probably going to be a good thing for you to wield your talent, wield your energy field, getting back into dancing. Even if you don't make it your thing that gets you out there, it's going to be a good way to harness and hone in on all of the talents that you do have, all the energies that you do have, into something like, for me, it's like, I don't have anything in Dhanishta, but like I use yoga. I concentrate my mind single-pointedly in one place. I meditate. I focus on what I'm doing. And that concentration, I take it from my practice and I bring it into everything that I do. Right now, I have the ability to stay mostly concentrated as much as I can, focused on what I'm doing, because I have this practice that I do that has nothing to do with astrology in a way. And because I do it, it allows me to stay concentrated in everything I do. Dancing for you could be something like that. But it might also be something that gets you out there, allows you to share your talent. I feel pretty good about your chart overall, so I don't have any fears for you not being able to do this. Now let me check out your Saturn. Second house. Yeah, your Saturn's doing okay. It doesn't have the greatest Digbala, and it's got a tough yoga power. So because the ascendant is Aquarius and the moon is in Aquarius, Saturn, you might find that you've got to be patient with yourself. This fame and wealth and all these talents that you have might be a cook. You got to cook it. You got to be patient with it. And don't expect to get necessarily wealthy or everything like that we've said just because of everything that we've talked about. Really, because you've got Pluto and Rahu in the 10th house of Scorpio, it's likely the case that there's always going to be a interaction, a confrontation of the theme of success, of doing well, of being regarded as talented, and really having talent and using it. That's the more important thing for the 10th house. The 11th house is more like, what am I getting from it? How do people see me? How famous am I really getting? The theme of fame is really, for Aquarius, more of a Jupiter thing. And your Jupiter's wrapped up in this 10th house. And your Jupiter's doing okay in this chart. So, all in all, be patient with yourself, because really what's probably more important to you than getting material, fame, wealth, whatever, is doing something creative and extraordinary through that 10th house energy. And, of course, with Rahu and Scorpio, you have Ketu in Taurus, which means your personal happiness is probably, with Ketu in that 4th house, there's probably a feeling of inspiration is an important thing for you, and it's something that you can be squeezed out of. Ketu in any place makes us feel like we don't really get enough of that. We're going to talk a little bit more about that when we get into Ketu, Venus, and Mercury, and this exchange that's happening in your chart. I got to find my Parivartana book. I think this is it here. Yes, excellent. So that'll be an important reading in just a moment. But for now, it's important for us now. Yes. What's very interesting, and this often happens, dancing is a hobby for you and a mood energy regulator. Beautiful. What a great way to put it. That's an intelligent way to put it. We should all be regulating our moods through conscious action, rather than just hoping through drugs or something that it's going to get fixed. I mean, psychotherapeutic drugs are something that people do and explore with, and everyone's got to find their center and peace with that. But doing something like dancing is a wonderful thing, a sail to grab the wind with. Cool. You know what's funny, you guys? I love dancing too, actually. I love dancing. I love getting into it, and it takes me over in the same way, so I can relate with you guys there. Now, what is most intriguing is that we have somebody here who is Moon Atmakaraka. We can see in phase chart that of all of the first 7 classical planets, Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn, not including the nodes, not including Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, not including the asteroids, the first 7 classical planets of astrology, the grahas. Well, Rahu and Ketu are technically grahas too, but the first 7 classical planets, the moon has progressed the most in its sign. The moon is at 21 degrees of Aquarius, which is an air sign, which means that it's going to be in the 7th Navamsha and that basically puts it at Aries in the Navamsha chart. And what this signifies is that we have here, this is a little bit more leaning into your Mars centricity that we find in this chart. You're in Aries Swamsha, and that is our second figure here. So we have the Moon Atmakaraka, which is somebody who goes as very soulful. There is a soulful creativity with Aquarius. It's interesting that the moon rules the 6th house for Aquarius rising. The moon here it's pretty dark. It's square. It's at the 10th house square from the sun, which means it's halfway to dark, leaning into dark, and it's past full. So it's no longer waxing, now it's waning. So that's going to give the moon a little bit of a quality of self. Instead of shining its energy elsewhere with other people, a lot of the times it's taking its energy, its emotional energy, and funneling it creatively and probably powerfully into some kind of direction. And you probably This is probably a key way that you give love. Because one thing we have to say about the moon Atmakaraka is that the moon, overall, Jaimini is the creator thousands of years ago. He was this very profound rishi. And him and Parashara did different ways of, in their own ways, creating what we call the Atmakaraka and the Swamsha. Really, they didn't create it. They discovered it through channeling it. They were called rishis, which means a seer. And these guys lived like 4,000 years ago, or, like way back there in Indian history. And Jaimini created these sutras that are like enigmatic codes for understanding how we can put ourselves into an understanding of the planets as an Atmakaraka and the signs as a Swamsha. So there's things given for the Swamsha that we're going to talk about in a moment. But with the moon, one of the key things that's said about moon Atmakaraka is that the moon is lovesick. Yeah, K. Being conjunct Saturn would make the moon the moon Dhanishta a little bit tougher with Saturn there. If her Atmakaraka is in Aquarius, then her Swamsha is in Aquarius. Not quite, Emma Krellin. That's a good question. So I'm going to answer Emma Krellin first. Emma Krellin asked, so her Atmakaraka is in Aquarius, right? We see the moon is in Aquarius. The next thing we do to find the Swamsha is we look for where is the moon in the Navamsha chart. And that's a little bit tough to explain. That's when we break up the 30 degrees of a sign. It's kind of like decanates. The first 0 to 10 degrees is one decanate of a sign. And there's a sub-ruler there. The moon is in first 10 degrees of Aquarius, it's got a sub-ruler. Then it's in the 10 to 20 degrees of Aquarius, it's got a different sub-ruler. Then it's in the 20 to 30 degrees of Aquarius, it's got a different sub-ruler. It's kind of like that. Those are Western decanates. But in this case, with Vedic astrology, we can split the 30 degrees of a sign in many different ways. And one of the most important ways is we split the 30 degrees up into 9 chunks. So we would go 3 1/3 degrees, 6 2/3 degrees, and then 10 degrees. 13 1/3, 16 2/3, 20 degrees, 23 1/3 degrees, 26 2/3 degrees, and then the 30 degrees. That's 3, 6, and 9. So we're splitting the 30 degrees into 9 pieces. And wherever a planet falls in those amshas is going to go into another special chart called the Navamsha chart. If anybody's interested in this, I've recently made a video called Calculating the Swamsha. And you can find there information on how to calculate the Swamsha. So that answers Emma Krellin. Now, Juliana King has asked, Dustin, my moon is in Shravana and Jora, but in Dhanishta and Kala. How would you advise to interpret this? That's Juliana. It's tough to say where exactly the nakshatras are. Even Kala, you can put different things, different ayanamshas. I have a certain ayanamsha. I use Dhruva, equatorial coordinates. All of these things count in how each person regards the nakshatras. What I would do, Juliana King, if you want to do a bit of research, you can go on to Ernst Wilhelm's forum and find how he uses his Kala software, how he programs it to find his nakshatras. He doesn't agree with Viktakara on where the nakshatras are. It's a fuzzy issue. But if you want to know where mine are, feel free to email me, Juliana King. I would say probably if Kala is telling you that it's in Dhanishta, I would probably go with that, but I don't know how your Kala is programmed. So feel free to email me at astrology@dustincormier.com if you want me to tell you how I find the nakshatra positions. And I've been doing this for a bit. I got mine from Ernst Wilhelm. I emailed him personally and I asked him, how do you calculate the nakshatras? And that's where I got it from. It's essentially middle of Mula. I can find it on here. Fuck, I can actually share it right here. Duh. And I'm sorry to Faye. This is a good question, and that's why I'm fielding it now. But I'm going to come back to your chart in just a minute. In fact, I'm just going to pause your time for a minute here. This won't take too long. Options, calculation options, Ayanamsha. Okay, it's Dhruva Galactic Center, middle of Mula. I use tropical rashis with the above Ayanamsha for nakshatras. And in nakshatra calculations, I put use Dhruva equatorial longitude for nakshatra position. I also have short Abhijit. Those are how I align my nakshatra positions. You're probably on a cusp either way there, Juliana King, but I hope that's been helpful for you. I wish I could tell you more, but in today's time as tropical Vedic astrologers, it's tough to know exactly where these nakshatras are. But I trust Ernst more than anybody else. Okay, resuming, Faye, the fact that Cancer is in the 6th house ruled by your moon, and how moon is so fluctuating because it's really connected to your feelings explains why it's really hard for you to keep routines. Your moon's the biggest influence in your chart. So yeah, routines are going to be a thing that you're probably going to need to learn throughout your whole life. And something, no problem, Juliana. Something that you might find, Faye, is this theme of being lovesick. The moon fluctuates. The moon adapts. So it might always be a little bit tough for you to have a distinct routine. And you're probably going to find it's easier to deal with the 6th house. Easier to deal with debts. Easier to deal with having a routine, waking up in the morning. You know, I often say, and this might be an interesting thing for you to consider, of how important the moon is for all of us, but especially for you as a moon-atmakaraka person, Faye, is when we're sleeping in bed, it's the light on our eyes. You know, we see the light coming in the window or coming in through our door. The light on our eyes kind of wakes us up. But it's the images in our mind that get us out of bed. What is it that I'm living for? What is it that I'm dreaming about? What is it that I'm excited to, what is the life that I'm excited to go and live? And it's going to fluctuate. It's not always going to be sweet. Sometimes it'll be bitter. But the sun just wakes us up enough. It's like, okay, I'm conscious now. But now the moon is like an image going through stained glass. And it's the image going through that stained glass. It's what we think about. It's what we dream about. It's the identity we have. This is the moon stuff. That's what gets us out of bed. And so this idea of who you are, what you're dreaming of, what you're creating, is going to be, you know, you want to be conscious of your dreams, conscious of what you're creating in your reality, conscious of the environment that you're building around you, the life that you're living. Especially, there's a funny thing going on in your chart, a dualistic theme. Number one is that you're moon atmakaraka, which is a lovesick person, for whom the meaning of your life and the environment you create around you is going to be important. You also have Sun, Ketu, and Mercury all squished into the sign of Taurus here. And so that 4th house, Ketu, the 4th house relates to the moon, right? So you can see how there's a tie-in here of this very important theme of the life that you're living, the environment that you're creating, the love that you're manifesting in a consistent way and experiencing and getting. Now, with Ketu in the 4th house, it can be hard to balance that. And this lovesick theme is really wrapped up in this 4th house Ketu here with all this stuff here. And of course, as time goes on, especially when you're in your 30s, you're probably getting into your 30s now, but when you're closer to like 36, Rahu is going to come through for you, and it's going to be important for you to really rock and roll, I think, in your career. and whatever talent you have, whatever passion that you have, whatever it is that you do, you're the type of person who needs to find this balance where, some people, they've got so much happening in their, like at Pluto, especially in the 10th house, can be this type of person where they've got so much energy going through their career and the people that they're working with, and so much energy they put into their awaking life. They wake up and say, okay, what am I going to do today? How am I going to conquer the world with my creations, with my talents, with my creative energy, with the people I have around with me, with the resources I have, the time that I have? How do I bang, bang, bang out something creative and constructive and productive above in the 10th house where the world can see me, where I gain reputation? And oftentimes the people who have this kind of focus, especially Pluto in the 10th house, is that in order for them to put that much energy there, the platform that they're standing on is the 4th house. And so the 4th house is a necessary and very important polar point for Pluto, as well as, of course, in Rahu and Ketu's case, where you won't be able to do what you're supposed to do in career if you don't balance out the need for a passionate channel for the lovesick moon in your personal private life. Your personal private life will thwart whatever you're trying to build in your career if you don't bring them both into enough cohesion so you've got a bit of both. You can't let one stand on the other's head. If you get so lovesick, 4th house obsessed, trying to find a lover, and it's probably hard to because Ketu's there, mind you. The themes of Ketu, Venus and Mercury tied up with the Mahaparivartana Yoga, a Parivartana Yoga that we're going to discuss in a moment, and Mercury being ashamed in this chart, in that 4th house, talking about love, being able to free yourself from the closed throat of not being able to discuss what does my heart mean to me, what does my private life mean to me, what kind of darkness am I moving through where I feel like I can't talk about and communicate the type of love that I want because of the sun. In this case, it's a 7th house thing, which is interesting. You might find even that lovers, partners, relationships, you might have been made to feel like appearing in the world as a good wife or as a good lover. Your lover might actually have an authority over your true feelings and your true desires in your soul. It's a bit of a tricky thing. Having the 7th lord, which is the sun, is shaming Mercury, which is the throat chakra lord. And Gemini also rules your 5th house, which is ironic and interesting because the sun is the natural 5th sign. I digress. The sun's authority is burning out and shaming Mercury's ability to freely communicate about the type of love that it expects to have in its home. This is somebody who's a late bloomer because the sun is in the 4th house. So it's around age 36 that things are going to start to crack through your spine and push you in ways that you've probably never been pushed before. Okay, I see what you're saying there, Faye. Let me finish this point. It's going to be very important for you, especially as you get older, to find and balance out this theme of being lovesick. And as well, to basically what I mean by lovesick is that there's a deep desire to not only be loved for what you do in the world, but to be loved at home and private, to build a happy private life where you're done your stuff with your job, because you might be very attracted to your job and your career, especially because Pluto's up there, Jupiter's up there. There's probably a lot of good gains up there, but there's a lot of energy and karma that you got to move through in your 10th house. I don't worry for your 10th house because your Mars is fucking spanking. It's your 4th house that I'm more concerned with and I'm paying attention to and we're looking at, because there's the shame of Mercury happening in the 4th house that might mean that it's tough for you to talk about. Yeah, the lovesick moon. It might be tough for you to talk about your deepest love, the world, the happiness you want to create at home. And your career, either your career is taking it or you're almost like it seems so heavy for you, so important that you almost don't want to talk about it or deal with it. That's what I'm kind of reading from you. Because what you've said here is that you've been really so against love in a romantic sense. And I almost wonder if that's an interesting thing. You're trying to become more open to it. Good to hear. You got to tell me, I don't know what you mean. Love's a tricky thing because I, as an astrologer, can't really just tell anybody that you need to deal with love. You need another person to be happy. Because it's not really the case. Really lovesick for the moon's sake means I'm deeply desiring to love myself. And to have my self-love, the reflection of the milk of soul. Like, this is it's a spiritual thing. You got to dig. This is a spiritual thing. It's the feeling that you are cradled in the cosmos's arms. You are in the heart of the cosmos. This world was born to give birth to you and watch you smile. That's what lovesick means. And finding ways to experience that love. Not just for what you do in your career, which is something that there's a love there for you. But it's different from being loved, not for what you do, but what you are. What you are without trying. What you are without lifting a finger. And the sun, being the seventh lord, and crushing Mercury here, might make you feel like it's hard to understand and mercurially have language for what exactly this means for you. But the moon is okay in your chart. You know, your chart has what it needs in order to move through and experience what it means to deal with this love sickness. The key for you to understand is that you're not necessarily going to find it in other people. But other people could be instrumental in you experiencing it. The key thing is that what you ought to understand is that love is a natural thing, coming from above the divine, and love in a human way is also natural too, which means being romantically involved with somebody who you give your heart to, who you think about deeply. You wish nothing but goodness and happiness for them. You know, true love is when you love somebody even when you don't get anything in return. You don't necessarily need to get anything from them. You just, it's like a bee who goes and finds a flower, and it's like, oh my God, I'm born for this, you're born for this. I just love you, flower. I just hope you're doing okay. Even if I don't get any pollen from you, I just want to rub bee hairs with your pollen stamen hairs, and I just love you. And to make you cry, to make you think about, like, you know, I can get welled up with emotions because I got K2 in Cancer. There are people in my life who I just love, and sometimes I get romantically involved with them, and sometimes I don't. I have people in my life who I just cry thinking about how much I love them. To have that kind of feeling, knowing that they are a reflection of your own self, that the universe loves itself, and we are lucky to be the nodes of that reverberating joy of the hand of creation coming out of nothing and touching itself. And it's like a baby biting its own toe and fucking laughing for no other reason. It's, that's me. That's this lovesick thing that the moon is all about. It's Krishna. I'm being very poetic with you right now. I don't know how else to describe this thing that you've asked about. But I still feel confident about it. That's our alarm, but that's okay. You've asked me a question and I've gone into poetry land. You know, Krishna that we describe in Hinduism is really the true essence of what this love means. It's the universe loving itself because the nature of love is to love the love that loves to love the love. you might find that, especially this, because the moon is in the first house for you, you have an identity of being a person who experiences this Krishna-like love, meaning that you're experiencing just the experience of, again, a fish loving water, a bird loving the air, a bee loving a flower, rod A into slot A, rod B into slot B. The square hole goes in the square cube goes in the square hole. The cylinder goes in the circular hole. These things are made for each other. And there are things in the cosmos that are made for you, that you can have an emotional welling up. And if you are afraid or you're denying that kind of romantic experience, that is the unnatural thing. And you can do this with humans. And to feel that rapturous feeling that we're made for each other, you and another human, and to do it without getting wrapped up in a dependent, ill, codependent, toxic way, is part of the bread and butter that you've got to deal with a chart like yours. Because I see that's what I'm reading from you, is that you're against love in a romantic sense. I think what's going on there is that you deeply seek to surrender yourself in some kind of love. You've got to seek it in yourself first, see others as an extension of it, and when it comes, you kiss it and say goodbye, and you hold it there, you be with it, but don't lose yourself in anything. Something right now, and you're just trying to understand more about it. Yeah, I see that coming for you. You know, again, once you get to be 36, especially because Saturn is in Pisces for you. Pisces is a feminine sign, and it's the place where Venus is exalted. So when your Saturn becomes exalted, when your Saturn becomes mature, Saturn matures for all of us at age 36. And it's at that time that Rahu becomes more prevalent, which I think is what's going to happen is that, you see, we all get really wrapped up in Ketu in an unconscious, foggy way from age 0 to age 36. That we're in this Ketu castle, and we think that this is all the world is. Then at age 36, the castle begins to crumble within, and we say, I got to send some spice trades out to India to look for new routes to get to India. And the Indian people, the people from Britain, instead of landing in India, accidentally landed in America. And they come back and they're like, holy shit, there's a whole new world out there. But we've got to take what our familiar, stable Britain, and we've got to bring it over to America. It's a whole new world. There's people there already. There's new animals, there's bears, but there's so much wood and materials and rich ore and all these things. Now, in order for Britain to do that, they had to make a risk. We don't know if this is a good idea, but the castle's crumbling. We kind of have no choice. We have to go out there and try, machete into the jungle of the unknown, get out of the castle, and do this other thing. For you, that's going to be in a lot of ways a career, a meaningful career, shining in the world, coming out in this way and shining in the world. And when you do that, Pisces is going to come into a mature manifestation because you've got Saturn there. And that's where Venus is exalted. And as well, because Rahu is being activated, it's going to send a reverberating reaction to Ketu in your 4th house and cause you to recognize that in order for me to come out into the world with a reputation, with being a person who people respect and admire, I have to have happiness in my roots. In order for me to give of my fruits in the 10th house, I have to make sure that I'm happy in my roots in the 4th house. And for you, that's going to involve inspiration, love, and the feeling that I've created an environment in my home that reflects the life that I truly seek to live and the person I truly seek to be. Your second 8th house axis right now is being tugged on because we've got eclipses happening in Pisces and Virgo. So you would be feeling that right now, but I wouldn't say it's screaming with importance. You're in the Jupiter Mahadasha, and that makes Pisces more significant. Jupiter's a very love planet, especially for women. A little bit of Chiron and Virgo is going to play a part in this throat chakra struggle, but really it's more about the fact that the sun, this authoritative planet, is shaming, through the combination of the sun and Ketu, is shaming Mercury, and that would be shaming you, talking about what do you really love? What does love really mean to you? We're doing it. You're exercising it right now. This is a fated conversation, as it always is when I'm an astrologer and I slam the cosmos into people. You talking about what love means to you, I can't exactly tell you. I can be poetic and wink at some certain things, but anything that I say is just a finger pointed at the moon. Don't ever mistake the finger pointed at the moon for the moon itself. It's you. It's a reflection of you. It's your true self, your true heart. And that is something that is going to be moving through you, especially over the next 6 years. You're going to start to feel there are things that you have to let go of. Maybe things that you have gotten you through life. It's like you've been craving this thing on the menu, but you've been eating the menu. You've been eating cheap cardboard. You've been craving, that's what I say about K2s, you've been craving pizza. So what you did is you ripped up some cardboard and you put it in a circle. You ripped up some pieces of paper, and that's your mozzarella cheese. You broke together some pieces of an eraser, and you've thrown it for your little pieces of pepperoni and bacon, and you're eating this thing. This looks like pizza to me. Yep, pretty sure this is what pizza's all about. But really, you're making yourself believe that this is all I need for my heart. This is all I need for love. This is making me happy enough. But one of these days, in the next 6 years, you're going to start to smell what pizza actually smells like. And it's going to be frustrating, because this is going to break the paradigm of, this is who I thought I was. I thought all I needed was this shallow love experience, and it's not that important to me. But you're going to taste love. You're going to taste what love can really mean for you, and it's going to make you completely break the illusion of what you thought love was and all that it needed to be for you. And then you're going to get a taste for something that is truly, deeply intrinsic to everything that you are as a Munat Makaraka person. And I think that part of it might just be the happiness of being a person in the material world, experiencing material desires that are healthy and natural as a Dhanishta moon person. I hope that's helpful, Faye. I agree, it's faded. A lot is happening to me lately, and so I've always been against false light teachings. Well, it's cool to be skeptical, especially as you're an Aquarius person. But skepticism, you feel like you've been pushed into it instead of seeking it out yourself. Very good. It's good for you to reflect on that. Skepticism is good up to the point that it stops you from experimenting. A true scientist waits until the experiment is over to be skeptical. Save your skepticism until after the experiment is over. Stick your finger in it first. Taste it, touch it, be with it. Because there's things in the world of mysticism that science and skepticism is always going to miss. And just because science missed it, the absence of evidence is not the same thing as the evidence of absence. No one can see divine mystical soul. No one can see connections between one soul and another. There's no gyroscope that's going to prove that love exists. But we don't need it to, because we can feel it. If you are willing to drop your mind and get into your feelings, get into your heart. It's a very subtle thing. But it's good for you, Miss Moon, Miss Faye, Miss Magical Faye. I think that you're using that name for a reason, my dear. Now, there was one thing I wanted to say. I don't remember what it was, but, you know, you recently went through Sati Sati too. So once Saturn gets into Aries in 2026, I think that you're going to feel an emotional relief. You're going to be past your Saturn return, and you're going to feel a great emotional relief coming into 2026. Mind you, the eclipses are going to be happening in Aquarius and Leo at that time, and Pluto is in Aquarius. So 2026 is also, halfway through 2026, going to be the beginning of these new eclipses for you, which should bring out more of what this moon theme means for you as well. There's always so much more to say. Oh, I remember what I was going to do. Okay, last thing. So don't worry about the time. I'm having fun here. It's my family that's scared of a lot of the stuff and concerned. Well, especially because your family, you've got Saturn in the second house, which kind of relates to family. And all this stuff happening in the fourth house shows the quieting of the throat. Like what you've just said to me, your Mercury is a mystical thing. And you should be open to applying it however Mercury likes. Especially because Mercury rules your fifth house of romance, and that's where your Venus is. So it's very possible that Venus and this mystical, romantic, like you got Venus in the fifth house. I'm a Vedic astrologer, so I'm telling you about this clogging of your throat chakra that makes that fifth house a little bit blocked. But when you start to open your throat chakra, you start to be openly curious. You're talking with people. What's this love thing all about? Like, what does romance mean for me? What if I was to be romantic with somebody? What would that feel like? Because that's Mercury. It tries things before it makes a decision. Mercury sees the 7 wedding dresses and says, let me try this one. Puts it on, feels great, feels beautiful. This might be the perfect dress. I don't think I need to check any other dress. But Mercury, Buddhi, which relates to the Buddha, it's clearing your perception, clearing your preferences so you can explore freely without just instantly saying, no, I'm not going to do that thing. Buddhi, Mercury. Mercury says, well, this wedding dress feels good, but let's see what else we got. She tries the second one, not as good. Tries the third one, not as good. Tries the fourth one, not as good. Tries the fifth one, and it's even better than the first one. It's the best, perfect possible wedding dress. Try the pie before you buy. And it's a good thing she didn't pick the first wedding dress she got. She waited, experimented, felt it, and didn't let her instinct to just get it over with stop her from living the life that her soul wants her to live. And your family, because K2 is the past life signature, it's a very K2 in the fourth house, your family has been telling you not to listen and explore and say, what if it's this? What is this? Why? Why not talk about it? If your parents and your family gets freaked out by that, this is part of the karma that this life is moving you through. Listen to your family. Don't burn your family over it. Be with them, love them, because there's love there in your family too. Krishna is in your family as well. But open your heart and explore what you can explore. Now, this will especially relate to romance, because Gemini rules the fifth house, and it's Mercury that's being squished. So there is a very happy Venus here for you. And you can probably experience a lot of joy out of this thing. What's tricky is that Venus is getting hit by the moon a little bit in your chart. But overall, Venus is ultimately happy. All your planets are happy. This is a nice, happy, chappy chart. Now, last thing I want to say is that the moon is in Aries in the Navamsha chart. That means that Aries is your Swamsha. And so Aries and Mars, the theme of finding your own path, being an original person, and also rats and cats, which means cops and robbers, meaning that there's going to be times as an Aries rising where you're doing something that's a little bit very original. And whenever anybody does anything original, everyone's like, whoa, you're stepping out of your lane, man. You know, like, come on, we want things to be in a grid pattern. We want things to be, we want to be able to put you in a glass jar and try not to break out of it because it's very inconvenient for everybody else. All the great pioneers in the world have not allowed themselves to be bottled up in this way. And everyone at first is like, oh man, you're fucking us all up here. But history looks back and says, wow, look at what that incredible person did against all odds. Albert Einstein, everyone was like, hey man, you're thinking a little too heavy here. You know, like, why don't you just put your paper down and just go and work at the Cracker Box factory like everybody else? The Aries in somebody, in everybody, every pioneer has said, no, fuck y'all. I've got ideas, and here they are. And to build and play with that tension is something you're very good at with your good Mars. Cool. That Aries Mars energy is good for you, Faye. You got a great chart. I got a lot of high hopes for you. And that originality is going to probably play a part in you finding what this love sickness means for you. But you will need to embrace the opposite of Aries, which is Libra, which is communicating with other people, finding a place for your energy with another person, with a man, with a person of the opposite sex, with friends, with a social circle, so that you can find all the people that you can vibe with people without, try the pie before you buy. Don't pick the first man that you see because you feel this romantic thing. It's like, oh my God, finally, I've got the taste of this thing I've always wanted. Be patient with yourself. Practice soul realization, reflect, meditate. What do I want in my life? You might do well with a vision board. What kind of man do you want? Think about it. Digest it. Write it down. Look at it from time to time. This heart thing is important for you. And you could easily skip it and let go of it. Don't do that. Don't let yourself go by your own devices and skip this important issue for everybody, but especially for you as a moon person, and loving yourself and finding that for yourself. It's okay, Faye, honey. I feel good about everything. Happens for a reason. See, I'm like a Virgo. When I've got the car up on the hoist, I'm like, okay, we've got this thing up here. Let's do all we can. So that's why I'm glad that I got to do this for you today, Faye. I got high hopes for you. And thank you so much. We've also had some people hanging out and watching this session. So thanks for everybody who's been watching. But let's call it a day. This chocolate is not going to be enough for my lunch. I need to go and actually eat some food now. But this has been wonderful, Faye, for me. Thank you so much for volunteering your time and giving me feedback on what I'm doing as an astrologer, and volunteering your birth time to do this astrology session here. Everybody who's watching, let's give Faye a nice golf clap. Yes. Well done. Round of applause. Very well done. Very excellent. It's been a slice. But let's call it a day, everybody. Now, for everyone who's been watching and who has been enjoying, I thank you all, and I very much thank Faye for being a part of this. If anybody is ever interested in giving me a dingle-dangle, feel free to contact me at astrology@dustincormier.com. And if anybody feels like it, I always throw this up because it's good Saturn practice for me. But, I do this astrology stuff because I love it. I'm building a community. So many of you have already joined my email list that I'm happy. But, if anybody ever wants to give me a donation, you can find my donation link. It'll go to PayPal, and you can do a donation there if you feel like it. Donations are always appreciated, never expected. Ultimately, I'm glad to have people hang out with me while I do this thing that I love. It's very special to me. There goes my chat for the last little bit. But the last thing I'm going to say is, for everybody interested, again, we've been doing the Tropical Vedic Big 3. And if you're interested, I've been doing a condensed gumball, a little condensed figure of your Tropical Vedic Big 3 on my channel. I've got them coming out as shorts. So if you want a little 3-minute video of me telling you about yourself, what you want to do is you subscribe to my email list. You get my book called Thread, and then you answer send me an email at astrology@dustincormier.com. Send me an email with an answer to the question, what does the main character, what instrument does he play? What instrument does the main character play in Thread? He plays an instrument. If you read it's a tiny little short story. And if you read the book, you read my poems I got in there, you find the answer to that, then email me that answer with your birth time, birth date, birthplace, and a picture of yourself. If you jump through all those hoops, then I will make my little video for you, and I'll include it on my channel. If you feel like it, you can share it with your friends. And this is all in service to the Vedic Big Three, which my buddy Corey Dowds kind of got me into. So big ups to Corey Dowds, who, by the way, is now just about to release a book on the nakshatras. If you liked what I talked about with Danishta Moon today and any of the nakshatra stuff, I'm going to buy his book, and I'm going to be referring to it, and I can't wait for it to come out. I digress. Nice to see you, Blues Up in Shakti. Faye, I really appreciate you being here. We had lots of people. Oh, Estas. I wonder if Estas is still here. Saturn transiting Pisces in the 8th house, so you're Leo rising. That can cause difficult feelings, but what would make suicidal feelings? There's a lot that can make that happen. I can see that you're struggling, and I appreciate you reaching out. It's very important to reach out to whoever you can. With feelings like that, the best thing to do is gather up the resources that you can, talk to people that you love. Hey, Estas, see if you can connect, especially with a professional. Just, there's those hotlines where you can just talk with people about the basic stuff. But, Estas, bless you. If you ever see me on this, I'd love to do this kind of reading for you as well. And it can be everyone's going through a hard time economically right now. Life can be a bitch. Life can be very tough. Stay strong, and thank you for being here on my channel with me. I hope that by talking with people about love and with astrology, that you gain a little bit of consciousness about the psyche, and that this helps you build some bricks on your path. I wish I could say more. Stay in touch with me if you ever find any way. Feel free to email me. You'll never know how things go. I do get a lot of emails from lots of people asking for free readings, and I can only do so much of it. But if you stay tuned, at least I'll be able to do a reading for you. If you get on my channel, you see me doing these videos, and if I get to do a reading for you, I'd love to. And it's not to say that I'd necessarily fix everything in your life, but a little reflection never hurts. Thank you, Estas. I wish you luck, and I wish you the best. And thank you to everybody who's been watching. Let's call it a day. And I'm in touch for everybody, like I said. Thank you so much for everything. And I'll see you guys on December 11th will be our next live stream. I'm sure I'll be able to catch you guys then. Now it's time for me to go have some lunch. Bless. I'll see you.